Hey, welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. I knew I didn't update something. Welcome back to Dukes on Twitch. I knew I didn't update something. One sec. There we go. Let me just quickly update this deck, of course, because it is not 4-color loam. We are playing Jund NicFit. This was a donation deck list, which is very cool. This is NicFit, which is a legacy mid-range deck, usually within the green-black X color pie. So it takes Veteran Explorer, which is a 1-mana 1/1 that when it dies, each player may search their library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them onto the battlefield, so untapped, which is pretty awesome. So obviously this deck is a lot better in a format where there's not a lot of basics going around. Decks like Rug Delver, maybe some Grixis control decks, or Clad Poster or Drowsy decks that aren't running basics. Explorer can really shine. You can use it to block, of course, that's a pretty good way to kill it. But otherwise we have Cabal Therapy, which is kind of the two card combo in a way. You could do something like a turn 1 Cabal Therapy, and then turn 2, you have Veteran Explorer, and then you can flash back the Cabal Therapy straight away, which is pretty good, which gives you access to 3 mana on turn 2, which is pretty nice. The deck also has some synergy in a Jund build with Greater Garganon, which is a pretty big threat. It goes on suspend, and then it either naturally comes off suspend, or you can sacrifice an artifact, a creature, or land to remove a time counter from it. So you can sacrifice Veteran Explorer to it, which is really nice. Which is just another way to, you know, turn 1 Greater Garganon, turn 2 Veteran Explorer, sacrifice it straight away. The reason that I like doing the, say, Cabal Therapy or the Greater Garganon first is to play around a card like Swords to Plowshares, so that's pretty good. How did this deck beat combo? Cabal is definitely a big play against combo. To some extent, Engineer and Deed help against any sort of Empty the Warrens decks. Opposition Agent can be great against tutor effects. And then we also have Green Suns with a small package for either Collector Oof or Scavenging Ooze. But like any kind of mid-range deck in Legacy, it is going to be a little bit tight against combo. But seeing how the metagame is now with a lot of Delver and mid-range decks, I think that NicFit's in an interesting place. Especially with a Jund version with cards like Clots and Punishing Fire, which of course is removal we can rebuy from the graveyard, which is really nice. Recurring removal. Deed's also another way that we can actually kill our own Veteran Explorers, which is nice. And is awesome against decks like Decktech's Maverick. Just a really nice way to wipe the board. And hopefully from there set up even bigger threats. The Jund build is also running cards like Sarkhan Vol, which is pretty interesting. So Sarkhan is another way to actually remove creatures from your opponent, because you can gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn. So you can take an opponent's creature, and then you can either attack with it and then sack it to something like Greater Garganon or Cabal Therapy, which is cool. It also gives your own creatures haste, which is kind of nice. So if for some reason you have no creatures on the field, your opponent has no creatures on the field, and you top deck a Titania, you can tick down on Titania, give it haste, and attack for 5, which is cool. Terror of the Peaks is a really interesting one. Probably a card that not many Legacy players are aware of, but it's a 5/4 flyer for 5. Spells your opponent's cast that target Terror of the Peaks cost an additional 3 life to cast. Somewhat relevant, but the main part is whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Terror of the Peaks deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target. So this is obviously pretty nice with Titania, turning lands into 5/3s. It's great with Greater Garganon. And then also just with your Veteran Explorers, you can start pinging things like Baleful Strix or Young Pyromancer. A pretty cool card. It's also nice that it can target anything, which is pretty cool. So I think it's pretty fun. The base of the mana base is 6 basics, breaking them up between normal basics and snow covered because we are running a Field of the Dead package, and then just the double Bayou, Taker, and Badlands as jewels. Dryad Arbor is also a fetchable source, and then we have 3 Groves, Phyrexian Tower, which is just another way to exploit Veteran Explorer, which I believe on turn 4 would give us access to 4 mana. If we turn 1 Veteran Explorer, turn 2 play Phyrexian Tower, sack the Explorer for 2 black, and then get 2 basics, it'd actually be 5 mana because we also have the land that casts the Veteran Explorer on turn 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is pretty cool. So, you know, Applejacks fans, if you're a fan of Applejacks, this is a deck that might actually be for you as well. The removal package is quite good. The trophies are pretty nice, especially if we are getting basics out of our opponent's deck early on. The trophies might just be a 2 mana Vindicate, which is quite nice. Plague Engineer, just a really nice card right now. Great against some of the fair decks like punishing, like Maverick and Death and Taxes, and also good against Elves and Goblins and other tribal decks. Agent is one of the cards that I wanted to try in this list. I've already done a league with this deck and wanted to see how it goes. And I think Agent has a nice slot in this deck. It does mean that your opponent can't really search their deck because we get to search it with Veteran Explorer, which I don't think is something that we should rely on as a synergy in the deck, but it could come up. It's really for the Stoneforge Mystic decks, Crop Rotation, Green Sun Zenith, you know, Tutor's Fetches. There's definitely a bunch of search in Legacy, so I think Opposition Agent has a pretty nice spot in this deck, especially when it can ramp pretty early on and hopefully catch your opponent off guard, which is nice. Yeah, Thunderous Silence. What actually is the premise of NicFit? I play Reanimator, and people keep asking me if I've tried the NicFit version, but this looks completely different. I'm wondering if they are referring to the Tin Fins version of Reanimator, which usually runs, there's 2 types. One that is also known as Ice Station Zebra, which I believe runs a Dark Depths package, and then Tin Fins is more aligned with Children of Coilus and Tendrils as a win, instead of trying to beat down with, you know, Grizzlebrand or Grave Titan, or Iona or Chancellor. Does the Terra combo with anything? The Terra kind of combos with your other bigger creatures, so things like Titania or Greater Garganon, but otherwise it really is just a value creature. Yeah, but in the league that is on my YouTube channel, which I will plug, it did pretty well. It had some pretty big blowouts. We did have a turn where we dealt 20 in a turn, which is pretty good. It was Terra into Titania with double fetch land, I believe, and we got to swing for 5, and then the Titania herself just put on 15 damage, which is pretty cool. Hey Bart, I do like cycling. I got a new bike for my 30th, which is very cool on the weekend. And yeah, I do like road cycling, but I really want to get into riding trails. I kind of grew up near mountains and had a mountain bike all my life, so yeah, it's going to be pretty good to see how this new beast can perform on the trails, because in Australia we have some really nice ones. There's a place called the Brisbane Valley Trail, if you want to look it up. I think it's Brisbane. Let me double check that. A little bit off topic, but we're here. Brisbane Valley Rail Trail. There you go. Nice. Have a look at that, because that's what I want to do. It's kind of a 160k ride with, yeah, a few places you can stop along the way, or you can camp out there and then ride back, which is cool. Goldspan Dragon. I'm unsure what Goldspan Dragon is, but let's quickly have a look. Goldspan Dragon. Same cost. It's a 4/4 flying haste. Whenever it attacks or becomes the target of a spell or ability, create a treasure token. Treasures you control have sack. This add 2 mana. Interesting. Yeah. It definitely... It does a lot more on its own, which is nice. It doesn't rely on other creatures to do things. So the mana could come in handy a lot more than the potential of whenever another creature enters battlefield, you deal damage, because, you know, things like Swords to Plowshares do take part in Legacy. But yeah, I think Goldspan could be a pretty interesting try as well, just as a nice endgame threat. I think one card I'd like to try out is Ruigthar, especially as a Green Sun's target somewhere in the 75, because this deck can definitely get to 6 mana pretty quickly, which is nice. Feels like Goldspan plays better with counters so the artifact can protect itself. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm gonna do this a few times tonight. Apologies. I can't. Pelucranos? Pelucranos. There we go. Pelucranos is another interesting card. I know that Matt Soul has had some pretty good times with this card in sort of green-black mid-range decks in Legacy. Kind of like Sylvan Plug Maverick-esque decks. Which is another really interesting one. It is removal as well in some cases, where you can get it to fight other creatures and, you know, kill them. It is interesting as well because you can fight your own Veteran Explorer if you're wanting to do something. So, like, if you don't have red mana up, you could fight your Veteran Explorer and then Punishing Fire out of nowhere, which is kind of cool. So, a little interaction that's pretty sweet and may come up. Alright, let's get into a league and see how this goes, because it looks pretty fun. It was really fun. I will say that. We're playing NicFit. Nice. Going into a league. Switch over. Very cool. Alright. I'm also going to change this over to... Nice. So what do I want to play against? I would love to play against decks that don't run basics. That's a big obvious one, because then the Veteran Explorer is one-sided. This is a pretty interesting hand. The best thing we can do here is turn 1 Dried Arbor, turn 2 Hold Up Opposition Agent, which isn't the worst. From there we have Green Suns for 3 the following turn. So we can go and get Cloths. We could get Collect Oof or Scavenging Ooze based on the deck. It's definitely not the greatest NicFit hand, where you are wanting that, you know, Cabal Therapy or Greater Garganon into a creature, but I definitely don't mind this. I'm gonna keep it. Hey, Epic. Good to see you. Okay. What are we gonna do here? I'm pretty happy just to get a basic from this. And then just go and get Dried Arbor. Nice. Depending what we're on, I think we will, hey Jig. Probably just hold up Opposition Agent next turn. We aren't playing Croxer. Croxer is actually an interesting one. I'm not too sure of the full name of Croxer, but if you type exclamation point card, we can then see what it's like. Hey Bobs man. Why only 3 Garganon? I had to cut something. It was between the Garganon and the second Titania, and in the league that I ran with this, it was just a little bit tough drawing multiple Garganons. But it is a sack outlet, which is nice, so it just increases your chances of having a sack outlet and something else, but I did want to cut it to see how that goes. This is actually pretty interesting. I'm going to assume my opponent is on probably Bug Hogak. So I'm actually just going to cast this Opposition Agent now. it stops them from being able to do something like fetch pass, and then we're definitely going to cast this, so I feel like this is fine. Once they know about the opposition agent, it makes it a little bit rougher. And this is actually it. So they're going to fetch, which is interesting. We actually get to look at their deck now. And it's going to be actually Arc-like Pheonix, which is pretty sweet. What this deck is wanting to achieve is Dark Ritual into Buried Alive, where you put your Arc-like Phoenixes into the bin. But obviously it's not going to work here. I think I just want to take a Badlands here, just so they don't have the Badlands. Could go up to basics. There's some thought to taking them off a color, but I don't think I could. I'm not too sure why they fetched. We're not casting in response to the fetch. I was afraid of my opponent going Polluted Delta, then pass, and then we have to use our mana, so we're definitely casting the opposition agent, and then they can fetch in response. So doing it then in our main phase just means they can't sort of play around it with a fetch land. I'm gonna go for the Badlands. But very cool to see their deck. I believe I get to cast it as well. Yeah, which is pretty nice. So let's attack for 4. And then just play the Garganon. Why don't we see the hand? I don't believe we see it with this. Yeah. We control them searching, which I think is a little bit different. It is pretty weird, but... yeah. But... cool effect. Keep this up as well. And it looks like our opponent is just going to concede because, yeah, that Delta definitely hurt, which is pretty interesting. Pretty cool to see the opposition agent make some some pretty good use. This is probably a deck where I do want the ley lines. Ley lines are pretty good against their Buried Alive and Cabal therapies. The blast effects are also quite nice. The Veils are quite nice because they're most likely playing more hand disruption. So it's probably a mix of these. Yeah, but it is really cool. Yeah, it could be an MTGO thing. Alright, what do we want to cut? I do like the Plague Engineers because of Young Pyromancer. The Oof can definitely be cut. The libraries are interesting. I don't mind skimming, just because they are a pretty aggressive deck in the way they can go wide. So this is kind of what I'm looking towards. I love Cloths. Deed is fantastic. Plerucanos is interesting. I could see me just trimming Titania as well. Gargadon's fine, Green Suns is great. I should have actually considered how many basics they had. I believe they had a swamp, an island, maybe a swamp and 2 islands. Punishing Fire is fine. Opposition Agent is pretty good because of Buried Alive. I'd probably consider it just because of that. Sark and Vol, I don't mind. It's actually pretty hard sideboarding here. Maybe I don't even want the blast effects. Maybe I just want the ley lines and the veils. Cabals are pretty nice. Definitely cutting these 3. I still like the Explorer chain. I like the trophies. I might just trim on a Garganon. Especially seeing that I don't have to worry about Swords to Plowshares, I don't mind trimming something like Garganon here. A little bit left. It's going to be Peluricanos and just the library. I'm pretty happy with this. Definitely the downside of not playing this deck extensively is knowing how to sideboard against different variants, but hopefully this is okay. This hand's pretty high-end. I don't think I'm going to keep it. I would like to mulligan once for Leyline because my opponent can be pretty aggressive with their Dark Ritual into Buried Alive kind of lines. If this deck had some sort of acceleration, it would be okay, but, you know, I'm not doing anything until turn 3, so I'd rather mulligan this. This is better. It is a one-lander, which is tough, but I don't really want to go down. I'm probably happy just dropping the Pernicious Deed here. However, the Deed and the Plague Engineer kind of have similarities in that they allow me to get back into the game after my opponent has deployed some amount of threats. Interesting though, because it is a one-lander. I kind of just have to rip lands off the top or else this hand isn't doing much. So I could definitely see a 5 just being better because it just allows me to do something. This hand relies heavily on my opponent probably casting a blue or black spell that we can just cycle the Veil into. I'm gonna go to 5. Oh, haha. Well, I'm definitely not going to 4 here. Another awkward hand, but I think I'm happy just keeping these and dropping the Agent and the Titania. Hey Alex, welcome. Yeah, let's keep this and bottom these two. Interesting, they went to 5, but they didn't keep a land. Okay, okay. I think I'm happy just going Greater Garganon Suspend. However, I don't really want my opponent getting lands. I still think Suspend is best here. And then we can just make some assessments down the line. Okay, they drew basic Swamp. Mountain. Okay. That does allow us to go for Veteran Explorer, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't mind Explorer, sack it to Garganon, and then we get Cabal Therapy online. Alright. We will go for Veteran Explorer. And then this is actually pretty interesting. I think I will sack it. It does give them lands, which is tough, but maybe this Cabal can hit well, hopefully. We want to get a Swamp and just a Forest. Nice, so already paying off. They only got to get one basic there because they already had the basic Swamp out. You would name Doomsday? Do you think this deck would side into a Doomsday plan, Jack? Obviously, if you're saying it, but that's really interesting. Oh. All right. That or Buried Alive. Ponder. Yeah, there's definitely a few names. There are some safer names, like, I guess, Ponder, Brainstorm here. I guess I'm not too scared of Doomsday unless they have Dark Ritual. We do have the Ooze next turn to flashback Cabal Therapy, which is nice. I think I might go for Brainstorm. Ponder, Dark Confidant, Abrade. Okay. That's actually not too bad. We have the Punishing Fire for the Dark Confidant, which is really nice. Yeah, it was interesting because we had a, on the stream with this, we played against Reanimator, and they didn't entomb in response to Cabal Therapy. There goes Ponder, there's Underground Sea, and there goes Dark Confidant. So they chose to shuffle their library, which is pretty good for us. Just getting a bit of lag here. I can play around the Abrade because we have 2 creatures in the bin, so hopefully we can get to a situation where we can just cast the Ooze. They have the Volk already as well, so pretty happy just to pass here. Punishing Fire with Grove here is really nice against the Young Pyromancer plan. Arc-like Pheonix is also a 3-2, so thankfully Punishing Fire against this deck just lines up really well against all their threats. This lag is really tough. Apologies. Greater Gargadon not too far away either. Greater Gargadon. Greater Gargadon. Apologies. There we go. If this comes up again, we'll restart MTGO. Interesting. Maybe they just were in a position where they couldn't beat Punishing Fire, Grove the Bone Willows. I guess they also knew about the Greater Gargadon coming down, which is pretty tough to beat. So, definitely a nice start to the league. Unfortunately, opponent's deck just didn't really line up too well. But we'll take it. Laggy on your end too? Is the stream tripping out? Is the am I lagging as well, or is it just MTGO that's lagging? Oh, the whole stream? Okay. Yeah, I can see why. I can see why. I think it's me that's bugged. Let me quickly see something. Hey, a huge thank you, Nathan. I'm gonna quickly see. Oh, there we go. Hopefully this is okay now. Hopefully you guys can see me in a good fashion. It looks like my internet is bugged out for a bit. Alright, we'll see how another game goes, and if it is pretty bad, I'll have to reset the modem and cancel the stream and start again. Alright. Yeah. I'm just gonna play for a bit and see if it fixes itself, but if not, we'll see what happens. Pretty happy to. This is actually gonna be an interesting one. Can't really Cabal straight away, so I'm just gonna go Wooded Foothills Pass. And then hopefully their turn 1 play gives us a bit of insight into how we should name Cabal Therapy. Flagstones. Okay, this is gonna be a Death and Taxes matchup. I'm gonna assume. Which is pretty tough because Sylvan Library would have been really nice. I think here I'm pretty happy to Cabal Therapy Stoneforge Mystic. But Collector Oof means we have that kind of covered, so perhaps something like Thalia actually slows down this hand a fair bit. I guess we can also wait a turn. We could just play Sylvan Library here. Next turn untap Cabal and Collector Oof. This also plays around something like Rishnaport, which could have an effect on how we can use our mana. Ah, okay, this is going to be like green-white depths. Interesting. Yeah, I'm assuming it's still pretty laggy, so I think after this game I will definitely... The on-screen chat is caught up now. It looks like it's running pretty well, hopefully. The own library is pretty good. Opposition Agent's pretty fun. Put on top, I'll pay for this. I think we just want to go Swamp Pass. They found Aven Mind Sensor, so they probably just hold that up. This deck is probably running Windswept Heath. Now it's caught up. Yeah, it's tough. I definitely don't skimp on internet, so it definitely sucks when it doesn't perform as well as it should. Ghost Quarter. Interesting. They could have Crop Rotation. It's definitely a card that could be in this deck. We haven't seen Reclaimer yet, but that's another way they could search. Another deed isn't great. We kind of want a Shuffle effect here. We just don't have one. I'm going to put the other Titania on top and the other deed on top. I don't really want to pay here. I go down to 11. But I also do just want to kind of get things on the board. I don't mind Cabal Therapy into just playing deed out, so... Cabal first. We know about Mind Sensor, so I assume they just cast the Aven Mind Sensor here. Interesting. This is an interesting one. They could have another once, but then they probably would have cast that on turn 2. I guess they went once, land, turn 2 Sylvan Library, turn 3 Mind Sensor. Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile is probably in the main deck as well. Green Sun Zenith could potentially be there, but obviously Opposition Agent covers that. I'm going to name Path to Exile. I reckon they're running Paths over Swords. Swords. Ooh, double Knight though. Okay. Well, I'm probably taking the double Knight. Even though we have Opposition Agent out, I guess they have the Swords to Plowshares. Let's go field tap to play Oof. Take out. I think we actually just take out the swords and then let Deed clean up all of this. And then there's no great attacks here, so we'll just pass back. But yeah, I think I'll definitely reset after this game, so unfortunately there'll be like a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back. Wasteland's pretty good. I guess they can get it back with Rallia and then Wasteland us again. Nice. Not the greatest content. We'll see how this Sylvan Library holds up here. We do have access to 2, 3, 4 mana right now. We knew about Titania, but we don't know the other 2 cards. Yikes. I guess that deals with the knights, but still. Put on top. Put on top. Alright, let's close MTGO first and see if that does it. Because there's obviously an issue here. Let this load back. Nice. Hey Ado Frog, thanks for the follow. Apologies for the current technical difficulties. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you're playing Legacy. Do I have to not, like... I haven't drawn anything special here. We put a Titania back, so if I put this on top, then I should just be able to keep this? Yikes. Come on, MTGO. Oh, okay, that's movement. Put on top. All right. Here we go. No great attacks here. Hey Himp, if you type Decklist instead of deck, you'll be able to find the correct list. Yeah, Moto's definitely not the program that it was in the early 2000s. Actually, it is. That's the issue. I really want the Ghost Quarter to go off here. Just because of the... I just want the shuffle. I kind of have to trade with the Relia here. I know they have the Marsh Flats, but... Play Pauper and Commander? Very cool. Another Knight. It's pretty good. That's pretty close to lethal. I don't think we can do anything here, unfortunately. Rough. Alright. This is probably a matchup where I do like the ley lines just because of Knight and also Renegade Rallier. I assume they might be a Loam deck as well. Thoughtseize is interesting as well. A Force is also pretty nice. I'm going to assume they're not a Stoneforge deck, so I am going to take out the Collector Oof. Yeah, it looks like a different kind of just green-white mid-range deck, which looks really interesting. Sarkhan's pretty good. Plurikinos is interesting. I still like the Veterans and Explorers here. I don't actually like the Thoughtseizers. I much rather the Cabals. Titania is interesting. I could definitely just see it being a one-of. Terror of the Peaks is still a good flyer, which is nice. Can make sure that if the board's kind of gummed up, that we do have a way to attack in the air. Libraries are really nice. Ooze is great. Punishing Fire is great. Opposition Agent's fantastic. Clots is really nice. On paper, the matchup seems really good. Tedia. I don't mind dropping this. I'm going to assume they're playing Caracas, so I don't mind taking out Plurikinos. I'm never going to get it. I'm going to trim on Greater Garganon and just go down to the 1. I don't mind this. I don't want to keep a hand just on the ley lines. I want to definitely have some sort of plan. Hopefully a Cabal Therapy into Veteran Explorer would be nice. Alright. This is pretty perfect. I'll keep this. Get to go Therapy into Therapy with Veteran Explorer. Hey Alex West, welcome. I think I'm just going to name Elvish Reclaimer because it's a 1-drop that I would expect in this. What's the point of Greater Garganon? It's a sack outlet for Veteran Explorer. You can steal creatures with Sark and Vol and sack them. If you do just draw too many lands, you can also have that as an out, which is nice. Against the Delver deck, some of them have a pretty hard time dealing with it, which is nice. It might even be Green Suns that I name. I think Green Suns is actually a better name than Elvish Reclaimer, seeing that we've... Yeah, I assume it's in there. Hiya! Even the lag gives me some hope. Oh, Crop once, Opposition Agent, Renegade Rallier, Sylvan Library. Okay. What if they just go Marsh Flats pass and then hold up once? If they once, that makes me think they have something else. I guess Bog is also pretty good because it turns off the second Cabal Therapy. The question is, what do I want to take? I kind of have an answer to the library lined up in Force of Vigor, so I don't mind just going after... Probably once, and then Renegade Rallier? See if they once in response or not. They're gonna once in response. Most likely just finding a land. Marsh Flats. Let's go after Renegade Rallier. Oh, they drew a Wasteland. Interesting. And then pretty happy just to fetch a basic here. Play Explorer. I don't really care about sacking it just yet. If they draw Swords to Plowshares, it's not even that rough. We are back, hopefully, with some success. Nice, this feels a lot better. Right. Really interesting that off the Veteran Explorer, they only got the basic plains. Surely they're running at least a basic forest. They don't have it in hand. Alright, we need a good answer to this knight. Plague's pretty good. We can name human. I guess I could also name something else like Aven Mind Sensor to keep it off the field, which would be Wizard. It's a bird wizard, so I'm just gonna name Wizard here. I'm going to assume my opponent is playing the Dark Depths combo, which is pretty good against us. We don't have great interaction with it. If anything, I mean, we have Assassin's Trophy in response to them trying to target Dark Depths, but that's about it. Library's fine. I'm glad we can 1-for-1 it. Crop Wasteland left in hand. At least we have the mana to cast pretty much anything we draw into, which is pretty cool. Sylvan Library would be pretty nice. There's definitely a few good, solid hits. All right. Definitely feels like that it's getting close to it. Yeah. Doing this now though. They have one more card. They can crop here, but then they only have 1 mana left open. So that's pretty interesting. Opposition Agent. That's perfect against the crop rotation. That's a really nice draw. We're 1 mana off casting the Force and the Opposition Agent. Hey Luca Boring, welcome. But the Opposition Agent is pretty nice. It's just tough because they have the crop and the knight, so if we cast the Opposition Agent, they can just do one in response to the other. Unless if they crop now. They should wait to untap. Yeah, they are. Oh, they naturally had it. Okay. Well, that makes it a little bit easier for us then. I guess our only out now is drawing into Assassin's Trophy, or if they... Did we keep Sarkin in? We did. We could steal the 2020 if they make it at sorcery speed. We could potentially block here to draw into Scavenging Ooze to buy some life and go above 20 to keep the Dark Depths alive, which is interesting. So I could fetch for like Dried Arbor and block. But I don't think that's a great position. I think I'd rather just, yeah, allow this to happen and hopefully draw into something that's a little bit better than that. They're definitely thinking. And yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for making it now. Alright. Well, they can't crop into step, so Sarkin here is a live out, which is pretty nice. Hiya! Tega. Okay. That's it. Rough. Yeah, Dark Depth's definitely a, an issue for the deck. I guess you can't have play everywhere, but a pretty rough hand, a lot of top heavy cards, and then just the mana not being great is probably the reason I'm not going to keep this. This is halfway there, but the basic swamp is really tough because, you know, Greater Garganon off a Tega into Veteran Explorer or Bayou for Cabal Therapy into Explorer would be good, but it's so close, and libraries there as well for green source, so I'm going to keep this. I'm going to bottom the Polaruk, the big guy, and go with this. Urborg. Alright. This could be a Depths deck. Could be Pox, but I'm going to assume it's Depths, just as Depths is probably a bigger player. The Junder Blunder? Alright. Okay. I'm not going to open this up to like a Wasteland, so I'm just going to go for Swamp Cabal Therapy. Also leave it as an unknown card. And probably just go for Vampire Hexmage. Dark Confidant, Abrupt Decay, Dark Depths. Okay. Bob's not the worst. We do have the Assassin's Trophy for it, which is nice. Oh, we also have the Veteran Explorer. Okay. Well, that is 3 mana in total. Which means I could trophy... Yeah, this will be more the Slow Depths build, and it is tough because I do want to keep the trophy for the Dark Depths, as that's my really... that's my only interaction. But I do want to deal with the Dark Confidant ASAP. They only had a Decay left, which does mean I could play the Library this turn. But then I can't hold up the trophy. We're definitely playing the Bayou. And now we have the case of either... I think it's Vet and Hold. It might even just be Hold Up Trophy. And give them 1 card. They've already got a Swamp in hand. I'm not too sure how many basics they run. So let's flush this back, target them, sack this, go and get a forest and a mountain. and name Abrupt Decay. We can cast this. Oh, suspend it. And then I think I'm happy just passing with Assassin's Trophy up, but they do know about it. So that's always tough as well. I think we just let it slide. It's a little bit tough. I do get to untap and hopefully cast this and still hold up it, but there's the Hex Mage, so that gives us some plus to holding onto the trophy. Hey Ben, hope you're well. So here's Hexmage. I don't want to respond with Trophy because they have another Dark Depths. What would suck if they had a Thoughtseize? Safekeeper's fine. We're going to Trophy the land, so that doesn't really come into play right now, which is nice. Wasteland, okay. So at least we know about the last two cards. See if they Wasteland us. If they Wasteland us, it means we have to draw a land to cast the library and hold up Trophy. I think that's a second Depths. They have two cards in hand. And I think the two cards that they got off the bob was Hexmage, which they revealed, and then drew the Sylvan Safekeeper. Maybe not. Okay, yeah. Maybe it is Urborg Unknown. That's actually pretty good. I didn't have to fetch, actually. It's actually very incorrect to fetch there, because I can tap it for black and then keep the fetch land around for the library in case there's just more lands on top. So that is a pretty big misplay, unfortunately. Yeah, I should definitely keep up the Greater Garganon because I completely forgot about it just then. I always forget that it's instant speed. It's tough as well because now they just have it with crop, because if they're going to sack this, target the Dark Depths, and then we go to trophy it, they can just float mana, crop for stage, and then copy it with stage. Yeah, we discussed that the fetch was incorrect. Luca Boring, you are correct. I have played Rainbow Depths. You should be able to find it on my YouTube channel. I could definitely go for a duel if I wanted, yeah. Hey Judge Dredge. This is a pretty cool pile. John NicFit. Opponent most likely figuring out that the crop rotation gets there. I can take 4 life off this library, which is nice. And then I take 5. They're gonna crop, that's fine. Yeah. because I can let the Hexmage go, Dark Steps and triggers, and now we have to trophy it, but then they can just copy it with stage in response. I guess we do have Sarkhan as an out again, so it's definitely not game over, but it's a fraction of a percentage that we get to steal this game. Ah, of course they have Safekeeper, that's very true. Nice. Yeah, I guess if I really thought about it, then hitting the Safekeeper would have been better, because then the trophy isn't doing anything anyway. This is probably just a matchup where I don't mind the Necros, because we can go and get Dark Depths, which is pretty nice. Veil seems pretty good. I'm not too sure about Thoughtseize. I definitely don't want the Oof. Deeds are fine, Clots is fine, Plague Engineer is really nice, just keeping Safekeeper Bob and Hexmage off the table. Punishing Fire also pretty good. Screws is okay, but not something that I'm too fond of. Plurikinos can come out. Sarkhan's nice. Creative Garganon's interesting. I'm pretty happy with these four. I don't mind going down on a Titania. And then probably just a Green Suns. We're not looking to ramp all that much, and there's no real, silver bullet that I'm looking for, so I think this is fine. Thoughtseize is always interesting, but not sure if I want it here. Yeah, I'm just gonna see how this goes. This is turn 1 Cabal into turn 2 Explorer Cabal. Probably just want to go after Hexmage again in the blind. Bayou allows us to cast the Cabal here in the Green Suns next turn. They did go down to 6. Crop rotation's interesting as well. Even Thoughtseize, because Thoughtseize is a turn 1 play that they could have, and taking out Green Suns is pretty big. We kind of have time for the 2-drops, which is nice. Hexmage, Mox Diamond, Dark Depths, Dark Confidant. So here they probably go Mox into turn 1 Bob, and then turn 2 Hexmage, Dark Depths, unless they drew another mana source. Pitch the Ghost Quarter. Thespian Stage. Yep, Bob. Yep. This is pretty good, because we get to deal with the Bob and Hexmage next turn. Oh, we actually drew the match. That's what I actually needed, because we wanted the extra mana. So we can go Explorer. Sack this, target them. Probably just go and get Swamp and Forest. Because we haven't played a land for turn. They will get to bog us pretty well by taking out the Punishing Fire here, but that's okay. They also just have the stage, so this is just GG. Rough. I guess we can Green Suns for... No, we needed to play the Dry Double last turn to have an extra green source, so we should have fetched up a mountain instead of the swamp. And then we could Green Suns for ooze and eat 2 creatures. I don't think we can Green Suns for anything here with flying. Collection, Legacy, NicFit. Yeah. Tough. Don't think there's anything we can do here. We can go to 20, doesn't do anything. Yeah. Rough. Duck Depth's definitely showing its power against NicFit. Rough. At least the Screws would have bought us a turn, which isn't much because our only out is Sarkhan, but it does give us an out. Could play Caracas, but we don't have a great way to find it. We're going to see Caracas pretty much as we'll see Sarkhan. Alright. Up against Kurumadu. And this hand isn't too bad. Turn 1 Greater Garganon into turn 2 Green Suns or Cabal Therapy, which is nice. Yeah, there could definitely be a crop rot plan. I could see that happening. I'm going to put the Garganon on suspend off a Badlands. Misty. Basic snow covered. Interesting. This could be Maverick. It could be Infect. I guess Green Suns is really the only... No, Green Suns isn't even played an Infect. I think Green Suns is fine here as a name. Okay. Double Stoneforge, Swords, Jide. I probably want to trade a Dried Arbor here. And I probably want a Green Suns for it to keep the land. So I don't think I want to fetch for it here. I think I actually want to use the Green Suns. Name hot soup. Nice. Maybe next time. And Swords to Plowshares is the 4th. Cabal Therapy can be really cool, especially in a local metagame when you know what you're up against. That's where it can really help. But even Jide here is pretty good. They cast Jide and just hold up Swords to Plowshares. It's gonna be an issue. Yeah. They don't even attack. Oh, perfect. I mean, it doesn't get much more perfect than that, let's be honest. It's pretty much time walks them a whole turn, which is nice. Tundra, interesting. They didn't play the fetch land, which was huge, because it means they can't get Dried Arbor in their end step. I think I'm just going to name Human, but they haven't used their Swords to Plowshares yet, so I probably want to bait with the Scavenging Ooze more than the Plague Engineer. This is fine. I'm going to assume this is a BANT deck that might be playing one Uro, but I've definitely seen Noble Hierarch already, so I know they're running at least some amount of humans. Green Suns is interesting. Green Suns for Oof turns off Dried Arbor into Jide, which is kind of nice. I could name Engineer on Dryad, but I think this is fine. Explorer into Titania is also pretty interesting. Do I want to attack? Big question is, like, are they playing Icefang Quaddle? I assume not. And to be fair, I'd probably rather trade the Icefang with this than just allow them to play it and then attack with it. I think I'm actually happy just to name... No. I'm pretty happy to try to get something. Get more information out before I play the Plague Engineer. Okay. Nice. Yeah, this is tough, because now they can just kill the Engineer with the Jide. But I think this is fine. I could have also sacrificed. I'm gonna go after this first, and then Titania next turn, just so they can't get to a stage where they can use the Jedi to kill the Titania. No Dried Arbor, interesting. So this is probably not so much a Maverick deck and more just a BANT Stoneblade deck, if they're running the Ice Fangs and the Ponders. Teferi's fine. Tick up. I do have to remind myself of Greater Garganon, just that I can sacrifice stuff at instant speed. Another one. All right, let's start by attacking Teferi. I'm gonna use. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Teferi's pretty good against Greater Garganon. Ugh. Terrible mana. Here we go. Two cards left for my opponent. I am gonna fetch now. Actually, Titania with Greater Garganon's pretty nice, let's be honest. I'm not sure if my opponent can beat that. Yeah, I should have definitely suspended the other one, thinking about it. Yeah, I can hold priority, which is nice. I assume they're not running a main deck sweeper. I think hold priority is control. I need to quickly figure it out, because I've actually never... Keep the hold priority, okay. I'm just gonna go all in. Yeah, okay, they just can beat it. Nice. Okay. Well, that's pretty sweet. That's nearly worthy of a screenshot. BANT Stoneblade. BANT Stoneblade. I don't mind the Thought Seizers, some amount of blasts, and some number of forces. The Veils are pretty interesting as well, but I assume they're not on too much counter magic. Kind of want these 6, but I'm not too sure what isn't great here. I think there's definitely room to trim. Probably don't need both forces. There's some arguments for not even needing it. Yeah, especially in Assassin's Trophy and Deed. I could just see us cutting on Pluricanos, 1 Titania. Skews is fine, especially against Uro. Collector Oof is fine against the equipment. The libraries are fantastic, you're just staying ahead. Veteran Explorer and Cabal Therapies are still great. I could see myself just cutting a Garganon as well. Sarkhan's fine as a different way to attack. Might drop a Green Suns. It's just not one thing that I'm looking for here. I guess Clots to some regard. Clots is pretty strong. Just gonna be a Terra. Terras don't seem that fantastic. They need us to untap to actually get really anything out of it. So I might bring the Green Suns back in. This seems fine. Interesting deck to side with. Yeah. I don't love it. Agent's just a bit too slow for Stoneforge Mystic. Cabal really our only interaction here. I'm pretty happy to mulligan this, especially seeing what we brought in. We have a lot of cheap spells. I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to bottom the Plague Engineer, seeing that we have the Punishing Fire. I don't mind the double blast. Just to make sure I have them for the game. No shuffle. Oof, okay. Mountain Pass means I can hold up Pyroblast and I don't have to fetch just yet. Tundra, Stoneforge, okay. Batterskull. That makes me think they have a way to actually deal with the Punishing Fire. Hey Jer, you can see the current score on top of me. Pretty happy just to go buy you into Punishing Fire. Nice. Forest. Okay, now we get to hold up the opposition agent, which is kind of nice. I just like to have the record there for me more so, to make sure I can just track my games while I'm streaming. Hey Marcon, a huge thank you for the Prime sub. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Means a lot. Fetch here really feels like a Jace, which is nice. We have the Pyroblast. Okay. Wonder what they do. They're just gonna brainstorm. Nice. I kind of want to ramp here and just go for Dryad Upper. Means that next time we can go for Clots. If we draw a land, Tireless is really good here. At least we have the oof, so they can't actually crack the... I guess they can crack the clue in response. Verdant. Yeah, I think Green Suns for Clots here is fine. And we'll get a Badlands. Containment Priest will be pretty busted here. Can't really play around that. Hopefully it's counter magic. Okay, nice. Clots. Cool. You're from Brazil, you play Maverick and Prison decks? Very cool to hear. Very nice. Alright. I'm okay with this. Something like a Teferi or a Jace or an Uro, I really want a Pyroblast. And then just get it in the bin for Clots. I could also just seeing up a an Uro Resolve and just take it down with Clots. Oh, very cool, Marcon. Very nice. What type of Maverick are you playing right now? Gonna have to really find an answer for this. Something like Assassin's Trophy. A Deed would actually be pretty strong here. We need an extra land, but... actually, Deed just does it. Because we can go get a land. Add red. See if Deed resolves. And if it... Yeah, they're going to try to force this, but we have the Blast. Now we can play Oof. They're going to crack the Clue, that's fine. What do I think about Twin and Legacy? I know players have definitely tried it. I've seen some blue-red decks that use like Ancient Tombs and City Traders to power it out pretty early on as well. I think the biggest question is like, why don't you just play blue-red Delver? But I think there is a strong twin deck in the format somewhere. But yeah, interesting deck. I'd love to play it. I think it'd be really fun. Oh yeah, Show and Tell, which can be pretty tough. Let's take out the Ponder. Happy to attack here, and then just Deed in their turn. Interesting. I probably actually just want to blow this up now to stop them from getting clues off the tracker. They didn't play a land last turn. You're on green right now, green-white right now? Very cool. Yeah, green-white's pretty nice. A lot of consistency with the mana base, which is awesome. Hardcast Batterskull, okay. That's fine. Explorer, okay. Take out Ponder. Play Veteran. I'm gonna hold the land. Swords, cool. Cloths and oh, we get to actually get back Punishing Fire here, which is actually pretty funny. I kind of forgot about that. They gain their life with the Batterskull, which triggers the Punishing Fire. Ooze is gonna be fine. Okay. A little bit late. Yikes. Don't really want to take the Uro here. I think it's just take the tracker, unfortunately. Hey D5, welcome. Hope you're well. This is looking pretty tough. We're at 11. They just have lethal, actually. Because they have 3 green sources, and there's definitely 3 creatures in the bin. Nice. GG's. Rough. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Nice. Tough. Real tough. Oh, did we win game 1? Is that why it's... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Nice. We'll go back. I totally forgot. Turn 1 Gargadon, turn 2 Punishing Fire, turn 3 Plague Engineer or Trophy. I don't mind this hand, but it's pretty fair. I mean, like, you know, we're playing a pretty fair deck, but Yeah, Alex, you're 100% correct there. We should have definitely thought about the turn a bit more than just allowing the Ooze to become a 3/3 or allowing them to not to tap out. Thank you very much. No, I want a better. This is much better. I'm happy to keep this, especially to go after their mana pretty early on. Thoughtseize first, and then Cabals are really good. I am gonna drop the Gargadon. I do want the Punishing Fire just in case we do need removal. Yeah, Thoughtseize into Cabal's really nice, especially if I can take their acceleration or something like a Ponder. Then we can use the Cabals to really rip it open. They went down to 5 as well, so let's see what they kept. Icefang, Ponder, Library. I don't mind taking the Ponder here. They probably lead on the Hierarch, but I can hopefully go take Ponder. They go land into Hierarch. We can then take Library, and then we have Punishing Fire for the Icefang and the Hierarch down the line. So I don't mind that. I want to take the Ponder to kind of put them in a position where they definitely play the Hierarch here. Because if I take the Library, they might Ponder first to make sure they're drawing into lands and then play the Hierarch later on. Green Suns. Okay, that's pretty good as well. But we can't do both. Because we can't, yeah. Cabal you, take Sylvan Library. I don't think I want to use the Green Suns here. I'm happy to untap and then Cabal Therapy. Green Suns for Veteran Explorer, Cabal Therapy, and then also Punishing Fire on the same turn. Because we get the basics of the creature. So we know they have Icefang. This is fine. Yeah, Green Suns for Vet is really nice. Greater Garganon. That's actually pretty good as well. So we get to go... Green Suns for 1. We know you have Icefang. Explorer. This, target you, sack this. Go and get basics, yes. Cast Icefang, cool. Let's go for... There's some thought that I want double Mountain. So that if I draw a Grove, I can start really groving them. I don't mind that. There's actually some... Yeah, there's some consideration to get a Swamp there in case I really want a Cabal Therapy again. That's just a misplay. They're gonna Brainstorm, okay. He probably kept 2 lands, or something like Swords to Plowshares, perhaps. I don't think they would have kept Jace in their opening hand. Noble Hierarch, okay. Happy to try to take them off as much mana as possible. Batterskull's pretty good. Does mean we can kill the Ice Fang next turn thanks to the Punishing Fire coming back. But yeah, now we get really punished for not getting another Black Source. We know about Noble Hierarch. Yeah. This can be really tough. Yes, nice. Stoneforge. Sword's pretty good, especially if he goes on the germ. We can hope they try to diversify their threats by putting the sword on something else, but they're not going to. They're smart. So I kind of get a free Punishing Fire here. Definitely isn't good. We do have like something off the top. Hey, Clubster. We will get this back. I mean, it's trophy off the top into something else. Grove, yeah, rough, real rough. Ah, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 1, 3. How did I miss a game? Tough. Ah, because I thought we lost the first game in that match, but we got the first game and then lost the next 2. Yeah, Batterskull really strong. Could have just been the keep. I mean, this deck definitely functions a lot better with the Veteran Explorer starts than just trying to go with the Cabal therapies, but the 2 lands there really put them ahead. They went down to 5 cards, and the Thoughtseize took the Sylvan Library, but they went Noble into Ice Fang, draw, Brainstorm, 2 cards, Batterskull. Tough. It's fun, bud. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The deck is really fun. A lot of different lines and just like little things you don't really think of that come up. Up against Christ. Yeah, pretty happy to mulligan this. It's not really doing anything until turn 3. Cabal with 1 land. Don't really want to go to 5, so at least this has a turn 1 play in Cabal and a turn 2 play in Cabal. And the Sylvan Library can help us catch up. Ooh, this is gonna be oops all spells. Yikes. Alright, 3 mana. Chromox. Alright. So they reveal all their cards, put them in the graveyard. 4 Narcomoebas go to the bin. They trigger the Narcomoebas come into play. They then have Dread Return in the deck, which allows you to sacrifice creatures to bring back a creature. So Narcomoebas trigger, and then we go and get Dread Return, which for flashback, sacrifice 3 creatures. You then get to bring back Thassa's Oracle, trigger. You have no cards in your library, you win. Nothing too different about this deck, so it's really a case of, do we get Leyline of the Void? I'm not too sure what else we really want. I can definitely say that these are coming out. Deeds are interesting because there is a spot where you could respond to the second or last trigger of Narcomoeba to actually kill everything, and then they don't have enough creatures to actually bring anything back. Probably Punishing Fire as well. We definitely like the Thoughtseizers, the Necros. Veil I don't think is relevant, but I could be wrong. Obviously a great Veteran Explorer matchup because they don't have any lands. Libraries are probably too slow, but I guess Force is interesting because you could get them by forcing a Chromox before they get to exile a card to tap it for mana. And yeah, sometimes they do have Belcher, so... Opposition Agent, they don't do any searching. I guess they do Land Grant, perhaps? I assume not. It might just be something like this. Maybe the blast effects are relevant, because Cloth is definitely too slow. Something like, I'm gonna keep that and bring in the trophy. Agents for beats? Do they do anything? They don't. Pyro beats Pact, but we don't really have to do anything in response to Pact anyway. Yeah, maybe it's a case of just like this. There we go. Klutz is Graveyard Hate, correct? But it's not the Graveyard Hate that I want. This is better. I'll keep this just because of the Leyline, and hopefully that's enough. We don't have any black mana at the moment, which is pretty tough, but hopefully we can go just 3 lands and green suns for Collector Oof. Yeah, all good, Massa. I definitely thought so. I think it's just Leyline and then hope that we can get to a stage where we can green suns for Collector Oof, and along the way find a second land that's a black source. And I guess hope they don't go for just a really early Belcher. They are paying for this. I guess they could play Nature's Claim. Or like an Echoing Truth. Some sort of bounce effect. Interesting. Deed. No black mana yet. Unfortunately, I think it's just passed here. Green Suns does nothing. Because I assume it's end step Nature's Claim and then untap an Undercity Informant? No. Maybe just getting it on the field to start beating us down. Alright. Okay. Land? Ah, so close. No attack. That's spicy. Why no attack? Ugh. I guess we can just pay for all of this. Oh, yeah. I do want to use one here for Dried Arbor so that next time we can definitely Green Suns. I wonder why they didn't attack. Thankfully, Veil does stop a bounce effect on the ley line. They're going to attack, that's fine. Now we get a fresh look, which is nice. Okay, there's Grove, that's awesome. Oh, okay. Put on top, put on top. I'm pretty happy to hold up Veil here, because I am just scared of a bounce spell on the ley line. A Bayou would have been perfect, but... They're going to attack. They're not going to attack. Yeah. We could double block there. Agent's pretty perfect because it is just a nice way to keep things up, so put on top. The extra land doesn't really do anything here because it's not a second black source. Hey Zurang, I do. I will pass it on after this game. But very cool to hear that you're getting into Green-White Maverick. Pedal's fine. Alright, we get to cast Opposition Agent, which is nice. Doesn't do anything in this matchup, but it is a beater, which is kind of cool. Alright. We know about that. Force of Vigor is actually pretty good. Doesn't really matter because we have the Collect Oof. Can potentially pay here. Hey Forza Williams, a huge thank you for the 2-month Prime sub. Hope you're doing well over in WA. I'm going to put this on top and pay for this, just because I don't think the life really matters. And it allows us to Thoughtseize this turn if we want, or Cabal Therapy. I don't mind Cabal. Is a little bit better with Dried Arbor and some of these effects. I'm pretty happy to go after Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual, Pact, okay. They have Pact as well, which is interesting. Still no great attacks. I guess losing the Arbor to the Undercity Informant isn't the worst, so probably pretty happy just to block there. Pact also not the greatest for them when we have the Veil of Summer. So we know about these cards. There's actually some thought to just taking the Thassa's Oracle, because I'm not too sure with the Oof in play and also Force of Vigor in hand if they have a great way out of this. Yeah, they're going to attack. Interesting. We can go to 2, right? Does turn off the Thoughtseize, which is tough. So I am going to block here. There's some thought to a double block and then Force of Vigor these two before the Collector Oof dies, but I'm okay with this. Trophy. Okay, that's nice. Put on top, put on top. Get this out of the way. They're going to sack Undercity Informant, targeting us. It's actually fine. Didn't really need those. Yeah, cool. I don't think I'm going to change anything. I'm just going to send this back and hope that Leyline does a lot of work again. Suck and Vol. Yeah, Will. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Especially with the steal effect and then sacking their creatures to your own stuff is pretty awesome. I will happily keep this. Where is Zerang Tang? There you go. There's a green-white list that I really liked. Chancellor is fine. No play from our opponent. Forest. I don't mind throwing the Explorer here just into the Chancellor and then just playing the Collector Oof next turn. Which Chancellor? Chancellor of the Annex, which taxes us on the first effect of the game. They're doing something here. Oh, there's one Nature's Claim. Okay, just the one. Nice. Because now we get to back it up with a Collector Oof, which is pretty strong. Probably the best 1-2 punch that this deck can offer. Jack, you sound pretty confident about Melbourne taking back the Eternal Weekend Trophy. I'm going to play the Foothills because it increases the clock if we get Dryad Arbor. Well played, Jack. Well played. Well played. Opponent definitely has time, which is nice for them. Alright. Luke, what are you playing in paper? I know you're a big Bug Delver fan, and Bug Delver seems pretty strong right now, so that's pretty cool. Rug Delver, okay. Nice. Deed's interesting. I'm happy just to hold up Trophy and Veil here. Hey Nathan, welcome back. Oh, very cool. That's nice. Yeah, Jack, congrats with D&T. Very cool to see. What did you face? What did you play against? What did you like? What didn't you like? Wonder if I want to trophy that. Probably happy to untap first. Yeah, I think trophy is pretty good on this. Doing it now so we have the Veil up, just in case that's important. I assume not. I'm happy just to attack with the Oof here. Then we can Punishing Fire end step if they don't do anything, which just makes the clock back to normal. Hey Force, too kind. Too kind, Luke. Is it up there with Lucky Luke's? Because you know, Lucky Luke's is how I got into content. Alright. Looks like our opponent unfortunately is on nothing here, so we get to end step fire them. We get to 11, and then we have 8, 5. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Explorer. Attack for 8, attack to 5, attack to 2, or play the Explorer, attack to 9, attack to 5, attack to 1. Doesn't really change, so I might as well play the Explorer. And then just hold up Veil. Oops is one big question. Do you have something? Yeah, I'm trying to think what does chat think they could have? We saw a Nature's Claim, which answers Leyline. I'm not sure if it plays like bounce spells. Too many Japanese foils. I'm very keen to get some Haruya cards delivered, which is tough because right now they're not delivering to Australia, I believe. Want to get some nice black bordered Winter Orbs. Yeah, Force of Vigor could definitely be in the deck as well. That's one to look out for. It's Heartache. Yeah, there's the Force of Vigor. Nice one. The Veil does nothing here. So let's let this go. Alright. Still in a good spot. Mountain. Alright. Five, 5. Yeah, gotta attack. Oh, 4. 4. It doesn't change. I can play the Deed if I wish. So Keep that back. Same time. And now we can play Deed. Just in case they try to blow up the Oof, we can take out the Chrome Mox, which is nice, and then we can also hold up Veil in this spot. Yeah, I think this is pretty strong. Obviously the leyline into Collector Oof was really nice, especially double leyline when they did have Nature's Claim. Headshot, that's a good answer. That's a good question. I'm not too sure what the drop rate is for them. We got 2-3, which isn't too bad. The deck obviously had a pretty soft spot to Dark Depths, which is pretty tough in Jund colors. I guess you could run like Innocent Blood. Innocent Blood's actually pretty interesting because you can then, it is another sack outlet for your Veteran Explorers, which is kind of nice. But overall, Decktech time, it wasn't too bad. I think there's some cool cards that we could talk about. I know that Jack said that Croxer is a pretty sweet card that you could play in this list. Yeah, Liliana's Triumph. Blood's also nice because it does keep you on a pretty low cost. You can go turn 1 Explorer, turn 2 Blood if needed. Spore Frog, nice. Nice. I guess if Fly is also an issue, there's also the green instant that makes you sack a target creature with flying. That some decks have played before. But yeah, Croxer is really interesting. Terra never really came up. I could see Terra coming out and making way for Croxers. Run afoul, there we go. Target opponent sacrifices a creature with flying. There we go. What is it? 942. You know what? Let's make some changes. Let's see if chat has some changes that they want to make. And I'll get Card Hoarder up and we'll play another league. Crocs is definitely a cool one. Terra seems really greedy. Yeah, okay. You don't like Gargaroth? I kind of want to go up on the Gargaroths, if anything. There was a thought of not having so many forces in the board. There's no real need for them with Trophy Deed already. Ah, the 5-drop that like gains 3, gets a 3/3 something else. Yeah, questing Beast. I didn't mind the thought of a Toxic Deluge in the board, but sack effects are probably what I want to go with. So Liliana's Triumph is pretty good. I'm thinking about more walkers for some of the control matchups. Something like a Jani. Or perhaps, yeah, it's interesting. The Necromancias are pretty interesting, but there's been a few times where we just haven't really had the mana for it. Double black isn't the easiest to get. And I could just see an extra Thoughtseize being in the deck. So something like this and then 2 sack effects in Liliana's Triumph. Pelurikanos is interesting as well. I'm trying to think when I really want to go for this. It's pretty good against the Bolt decks when you don't want to go for Titania, but usually when you're going for Titania, you're also getting back a land, which gives you another 5/3, which is nice. Croxer seems really cool. That's a good start. I think 2 Croxer and then 2 sack effects is pretty nice. I think you could definitely run an Entomb package I'm not sure if we have the build for it here, but very cool to think about. I like that. Very nice. Good discussion. Croxa. So Croxa is 2 mana. When it comes into play, each opponent discards a card, then each opponent who didn't discard a non-land card this way loses 3 life, and then escape is double black, double red, which isn't too hard because we have the basics here. So maybe just something like this, just to test things out. There's the Greater Garganon, which is nice. Yeah, I don't mind this. This looks kind of nice. I think a little change. We'll play another league, and then after that we can also discuss if we'd make any other changes. Yeah, Sarkhan's definitely spice. I'm not sure if it's the best card that could be in this slot, but it gives us some pretty cool outs. It allows us to take creatures, attack with them, then sacrifice them to our Cabal Therapies or Greater Garganons. Headshot, that's an interesting one. I do like Jack's thought of going for a crop rotation package with like Karakas in the sideboard, which would then be good if you were going to play something like Kahili Garden. Yeah, this is tough because there's no black mana, so we can't even Green Suns for Dried Arbor into turn 2 Croxa or Opposition Agent. This is probably a 6 I would keep, bottoming 1 Punishing Fire. Not too sure up against, but we do have some options to Green Sun straight away for Dried Arbor. Deed can of course kill our own pieces, which is nice. Wrong scene, thank you. Misty. Ponder. Basic Island Ponder. Definitely makes me assume we're up against some sort of combo deck. But you never know. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. So it's not like they're digging for land or some sort of combo piece. Another Deed. Not the greatest. I don't mind Verdant Pass. I don't want to use the Green Suns just yet. I do have 3 mana as well, so I'm not in a rush to get Dried Arbor online. I just hope it's not Sneak and Show. Scoos. We probably want to go for Badlands here. Badlands into Snow-Covered Forest, just to have all our colors online. A little bit tough if they're a Bolt deck. It's a great target right now. Or Swords to Plowshares. Ah, this is going to be a Lurin. Sorry, our Food Chain. We did change the list slightly. I'll have to update it. This is going to be a tough one. I assume here we just go for Food Chain off the Cabal Therapy. And then we can Green Suns for Veteran Explorer and flash it back. Hull Breacher, Force of Will, Spellseeker. Okay. Fetching Hull Breacher. Okay. Nice. Ponder. Nice, deck should be updated. I do want to get rid of this creature already on the board so that they can't sack it to food chain. Land. Crux. Okay. They lost intuition, which is pretty big. Teferi's okay. They can bounce the deed, which is a little bit rough. Grove. Does mean the Teferi has to go to 2 and then we can kill it with Grove the next turn, which is nice. Manipulate Fate again. Hey Goncal, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Just 3 deltas. Okay, just getting 3 lands out of the deck. Alright. I'm gonna get back Punishing Fire here. And then I'm just gonna 6. And I'm just gonna see if I can find a recent food chain list to go through. Alright. For those of you who haven't seen Food Chain before, Food Chain is an enchantment that allows you to exile a creature you control and then add X amount of mana of any one color, where X is 1 plus the exiled creature's converted mana cost. So you get to exile Mist Griffin, which is a card you can actually cast from exile, so you net a mana each turn, and then you can use the mana for something like Walking Ballista, which is pretty sweet, which I believe you can Intuition for. I think there's another way you can find it, but that's probably the main way, which is cool. You're from Portugal and usually play 4-color Loam? Very cool. 4-color Loam is a very cool deck. This Legacy Food Chain. There was an 80 card version which is very cool with Yorion. Looks like Hydrogen Crisis is also a consideration, but I wouldn't call it mainstream, I don't think. I definitely won't make my opponent go through the full combo, but I will use this time to educate. We'll get there. So here's a 10th place from a challenge last year. I don't see Grixis in here, but they do play the 4 Walking Blister. Leovold obviously just as a great card in bug colors. Manipulate Fate obviously to find the creatures in either Eternal Scourge or the creature. I do want to see if they have it, because if we get to untap, draw a land, and then deed for 3, we get to get rid of the food chain, which is pretty nice. Our opponent can cast the Eternal Scourge here. It looks like they drew the Ballista. Tough. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't mind the Thought Seizers on the play. Probably don't need the Plague Engineers. Not really a matchup where I would consider them that great. I do like the Thought Seizers. I don't mind the Force of Vigor as just an extra way to combat Food Chain. And also something like Sylvan Library. I don't think I need to bring in the Veils, but it's actually interesting because they are running Force of Will. I don't mind the Blast effects because they are running Hull Breacher in the main deck. Maybe these are better. Oof for Ballista? Yeah, maybe Oof for Ballista is actually a consideration. Huh. Punishing Fire doesn't line up too well. I don't mind cutting 1. I do want to fit these. Yeah, I probably want to trim on the Titania. Sark and Vol isn't that great. I might even just cut a Croxer and make this the 60. I don't mind this. Yeah. Tillman Explorer into turn 2 Library is pretty nice, or even Punishing Fire the Explorer if I want mana. I'm happy to keep this. Probably keep the fetch lands around for the library as well, so just go buy you into Explorer. Also nice to have the Punishing Fire if they do have a Hull Breacher for the Sylvan Library. I'm not sure if they would have kept it in or not. I assume not if they saw us as kind of a Jund style deck, but could definitely be on the cards. There's Cabal, which is really nice. Krakus and Croxer. Yeah, Jack, I really like that that thought. Ooh, okay, I'm just gonna pay 8 here, let's be honest. Land first. Cabal you. I guess Greater Garganon is maybe better than Cabal Therapy first, because if they do have like some sort of exile effect for Explorer, I could sack it to Greater Garganon in response, but I assume it's like Abrupt Decay or Assassin's Trophy that they have as removal. This definitely makes me think they have either Brainstorm or Force, and they're wanting to know if they should do that. If they don't do anything, I'm probably just going to name Brainstorm, but it looks like they will Brainstorm in response. I should have actually blasted it, perhaps. Definitely interesting. They're gonna fetch again. Okay. Veil. That's pretty good. Pretty happy to hit this on the stack. Another Veil. Okay. Okay, what I can do here is sack Veteran Explorer now. Yeah, that's a big learning curve not to hit on the stack. Mountain and forest. And punishing fire this. Definitely don't want to pay for the lands here. I don't mind second Garganon. And then Ooze. Yeah, letting it resolve was much better there, especially knowing that Veil. That's just a misplay. But they do happen streaming, unfortunately. Deputy. Okay. I probably am just going to eat... Are they going to take the library? That's interesting. Can this take out... No. Okay. Their own library's pretty good. Yikes. Definitely eat Hull Breacher. Gonna eat Veteran. And then we should fetch an upkeep, because we know the top card's lands. I don't mind getting Dried Arbor, because we can sack it to the Cabal Therapy, which is nice. Trophy. Trophy's pretty good. Trophy taking out library is pretty nice. But I could also keep it for Food Chain. I think Caballing first is fine. I should have Cabaled pre-combat, because then I could actually eat the Dried Apple with Ooze, which is nice. I think I will just name Food Chain. Food Chain, nice. Manipulate Fate, Eternal Scourge, perfect. They can cast things from the grave, from exile. I think taking them off that is fine. Because if they find a Food Chain, we are just dead. Well, I guess we can also get one of these Greater Garganons into play next turn. Yeah, I think we just let this slide. But yeah, that's a really good learning point. If I have a Pyroblast and I see something in the stack. We did bring in Veil, I believe? No, we didn't. They're attacking. Interesting. This is fine. I wonder if it's worth actually Assassin's Trophying the Deputy here to get back the library. I do want it. I then also get to eat 2 creatures. Nice. Oh, maybe now I should have actually... I guess the Greater Garganon's come in with haste anyway, so it's not too bad. Alright, I'm gonna Thoughtseize first. This should be enough with the Greater Garganon. They have a swords. Okay, let's sack this. Do I want to eat anything? That's the big question. I think I do. Just to keep them off something like Uro for a while. I'm not doing anything else with our mana anyway. And then this one. Sack this. Take the Manipulate Fate. Play this. I think I want to get a Garganon into play. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Now they have to block. I guess they get to cast it every turn, which is pretty good. We do have the Punishing Fire in the bin. The swords is really good. Oh, they can't exile it currently? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Uro is a pretty nice way to exile it. We go down to 4. So Ice Fang Coital. Ice Fang would be brutal. They're not playing Snow Basics though, so it wouldn't be Ice Fang. Spellseeker into Swords to Plowshares perhaps. Oh, I can sacrifice it, that's very true. Should definitely do that. Another Manipulate Fate. Interesting. Yeah, the drawing more cards is pretty appealing. Especially with the Punishing Fire in the bin. Yeah, I think I just want to gain this and then get this library back online. Okay, there's Grove. Put on top, pay for this. To be fair, I played the Grove to get the Punishing Vibe back this turn, but I probably would rather play the fetch land to fetch that land away from the top, and then just get Punishing Vibe back next turn. Yeah, not buying back is also a consideration because it means that a Punishing Fire at the top is lethal. I believe we took one out, so there's only one left, but yeah, it's very true. Yeah, Crocs is pretty interesting. They have 0 cards. The big question is, do we have another red jewel in the deck? I don't think we do. Badlands Taiga. Badlands Taiga. Yeah, sadly Vet doesn't do anything because of the Rest in Peace. I should have taken the, I thought I had the Vet. I didn't think I had the land here, but the Shuffle should hopefully just do it. Rough. Living Wish is pretty good. Nice. P5 Self was definitely the correct decision there, unfortunately. Allurin's probably not the worst matchup. They definitely have a pretty good way of just doing what they want to do. This is a sweet hand, I'll keep this. I think I want to be greedy and lead on the Veteran Explorer, because then next turn I can do a 3-drop with Cabal Therapy. Blind Therapy Dark Rit. I feel like my opponent has been on Doomsday before. Okay, not Doomsday, but we do have Plague and Opposition Agent for them, which is pretty good. They already have the Hemoth in hand. They're going to Green Suns. Okay. So we get to take the Quirion Ranger. We get to play the Plague Agent this turn or the Opposition Agent. Yeah, Hoof is also pretty good. I think you just take Hoof and then name Elf with Plague Engineer. They probably have one forest left. They usually run two. They have three. Okay. Nettle Sentinel. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like letting them just run themselves into Plague Engineer here, because if I can take a fetch or like another Green Suns with this, I'm pretty happy. A bit greedy, but we're playing NicFit. Nettle's fine. Quirion Ranger is fine. Woodward Foothills is fine. They won't fetch. Interesting. I'm not going to block here. I'm just going to see if they fetch this turn. I assume not. They didn't return anything, which is interesting. Pretty happy to attack with the Opposition Agent. And then we just know about Wasteland in hand. We also have Dryad Arbor up, which is nice, and can also start pressuring them. This is fine. Yeah. Pretty tough start. I mean, a turn 2 Plague is just so good, or a turn 3 in that case, but it doesn't really matter. Oof is definitely going out. Cloths is probably going out. I probably just want something along the lines of this. I don't mind the 1-for-1 trade with Liliana's Triumph. Library's probably a little bit too slow. Titania's probably a little bit too slow. I don't mind dropping like one Croxer, and Clothis is interesting, especially if the games do go long. But if I'm 1-for-1ing them, it's good. But I assume they'll have the one left over for the natural order, because I assume they'll be going for natural order in these next games. might just be Sarkhan. As much as I love Sarkhan. This is pretty sweet. The deed's pretty nice. We get some acceleration as well. Opponent kept 7. See if they open with a Thoughtseize. They go for basic. Okay. Ready Garganon. Okay. I don't mind Cabal. The card I'm probably scared of is Glimpse. Everything else I can get kind of answer with this Pernicious Deed. We don't hit it, but there is a natural order. Yikes. So there's Birchlaw. I don't think they can make the extra mana here, thankfully. I think we get to untap. Unless they drew another 1-drop creature. And then D doesn't work. Oh no, it works anyway. They make this, yeah, make 1 mana and then Cradle and then Natural Order. Okay. That's fair. I guess I just didn't think about this kind of scenario. I guess we have Liliana's Triumph, which doesn't really work out here. We need to Deed then Triumph, but we probably don't have that much time. Hey Boyd. I hope you're well. Why is there a Garganon in your deck? Garganon's pretty sweet. Pretty good with Veteran Explorer and some other shenanigans. Garganon, new Legacy staple. There we go. Rough. Okay. So we... Yeah, okay, we have a line. I should have played the Garganon, to be fair. I just want to go for Green Suns for... Oh, actually we can flashback if necessary. So we can get Deed online here. We do give them more mana, but I think that's okay. Might as well see what the last card is. I'm gonna go with Green Sun Zenith. This is actually incorrect, because I still next turn, even if I draw into Liliana's Triumph, I don't have 6 mana, but if I went for Dried Arbor, I guess it would have been tough anyway. Dried Arbor, untap, Deed, yeah, I don't think I could get to 6 mana either way. Okay, well it was Green Suns. There we go. That's a blind name. I think, yeah, we just pass here. Maybe this actually, it's tough. I don't think we have an out, unfortunately. I don't think we can cast Deed for enough and draw into Liliana's Triumph. Rough. Too fast. Turn 2 Progenitor is pretty good. Pretty happy just to run this back. I don't mind the discard of Croxer on the play. I'm not looking for the veteran lines too fast anyway. I'm really looking for hand disruption into removal, into good 3-drop. Pretty sure people who only play creature decks know about Pernicious Deed. Thankfully, Deed's pretty good against any sort of Empty the Warrens deck, so that is definitely a plus. This is probably an okay hand, but is an okay hand really going to beat Elves? This is better. Okay. Keep this. What if we go turn 1 Explorer, turn 2 Greedy Garganon, sack Explorer. We have 3 mana. It's probably the green suns that I don't need here. I think it's fine putting back the green suns. Habel Rangru, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Same to you, Snotty's Duck. I think it's the green suns that I drop here, because we have Veteran into Garganon, which is nice. I think I'm happy going Veteran to Garganon, not Garganon to Veteran, because they're not going to be a Swords to Plowshares deck. I don't have to worry about this getting exiled. Yeah, Bayou a pretty good one against it, against Elves, Boyd. All right. From upstate New York, US. I play Dead Guy Ale. Very cool. I have a lot of respect for Dead Guy Ale. Sweet deck. Yeah, huge classic. What are some of the new cards you're playing in Dead Guy? Nettle. Okay. I don't mind Triumph here, just to keep them off the Nettle Sentinel. This is a free 1 damage as well. And if they block, then I can just sack it to the Nettle Sentinel. They're going to block it. Interesting. Did not expect that. Having a good think. There we go. Alright, so we get 1 damage in, which is nice. And then we can sack this. Probably just go and get Mountain Forest. Yeah, or maybe they thought that I was trying to just kill it. Maybe they didn't think of how I could sack it to the Greater Garganon. But this is an interesting one. I kind of want to keep them off creatures as much as possible, but I don't want to throw out the Pernicious Deed when they could just have like Green Suns for Rexage. So next turn I get to Deed for 2. Which is pretty good. Which means if they do go for a Progenitus line, then I can kind of make them sack everything and then make them Liliana's Triumph. The issue is, if they have a fetch land, I can't really play around Dried Arbor, because this is oh no, this does work for Dried Arbor, okay. I think I'm okay taking the turn here and just hoping that they go for Progenitus with a bunch of little creatures in play. We can Deed away the creatures and then Triumph the... Progenitus. But, you know, there is a thought there as well that maybe the lands were better for them than they were for us. Yeah, I could have definitely just let the Explorer go. Yeah, I pretty much gave them free lands. This is actually pretty interesting because I can make them sack a creature here, which means they can't tap Heritage Druid for mana in response. And then they have to tap the Cradle just for 2 if they do want to keep going. But maybe I'm okay with this. If I lose the Triumph, then I've just lost it to yeah, it does seem worth it. What am I talking about? Because there's definitely a situation where Liliana's Triumph isn't enough against Progenitus. Do they have Veil? Veil would be brutal. I guess it's each opponent, it's not target, so that's all good. Hey Wolf, cool to see you in chat. Hope you're well. Yeah, just poor timing from the Veteran Explorer. And that's just on me. That's just me not thinking about my turn before I do something. Which is not a great technique for Magic. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if this is for another Druid, or... It's probably for another Druid if they're tapping out here. Yeah. At least they can't make black mana yet. Virtual Rangers would change that with another creature, like Nether Sentinel, which does untap. They have 1 mana left. They have a creature, it's Wywood, it's pretty good. But it's not an elf. So that's their turn. Oh no, they can untap an elf here, yeah. Oh, but they untapped that one. Interesting. Okay. Explorer is nice because it is just a one-sided Wrath. I don't mind just sweeping the board here. It plays around natural order for Progenitus, but if they have that anyway, then it's pretty easy for them to just get there anyway with 6 cards in hand. They untap, they play the Elvish Visionary, they have 2 mana, most likely 3 with another land in hand. Hey True Hero, thank you for the raid. I hope you did well. Are you still playing Blue-Black Shadow, or are you playing something else tonight? I think it's just Explorer into Deed, unfortunately. And might as well do it in upkeep to see what they return with Wirewood. I guess it's also just correct to sack the Explorer to Greater Garganon first before we deed, because at least I get an extra counter off the Greater Garganon. That's a pretty cool Death Shadow emote, I'll give you that. But does it have anything on Questing Beast? It probably does, let's be honest. Death Shadow is usually a pretty big creature. Interesting. QB does also always kill Shadow, that's very true, yeah. They've already returned, so I am just going to sack this now. Get my basics. Probably not allow the Reclaimer to untap. I assume they have noble basics, yeah. And then just do this for 3. I don't really want to allow them to untap. Two, 4, yeah. Definitely feeling the driver's seat here. Misty's nice because it means Dryad Arbor means the Cradle taps for more. But to be fair, it's also just a mana source that taps for mana if it isn't a Dryad Arbor. It's pretty good. Tough. I was thinking of a deluge effect in the board. Cruxer, okay. Oh, can we cast it? Oh, so close. I could have also sacked it to the Garganon. I should have. I did the triggers wrong. Yeah. We currently don't have mana for it either. Also, Wirewood just a really good blocker for Gargadon. I definitely feel like this turn is the turn we just lose. Our opponent's had a lot of time to set up. Yeah. Rough. Probably could have mulliganed a little bit more aggressively towards something like Opposition Agent or Plague Engineer, but we did mulligan the first hand, so the 6 was okay. But yeah, Elves seems like a fine matchup. It's just a case of making sure you can control how many creatures they're able to have on their turn. Up against Magic Lair. This hand is okay.
I like that the fetches could be something like Dried Arbor for another Cabal Therapy. Scalding Tarn Pass. Drop. Interesting. Into Brainstorm? Okay. I think it's just Ponder. I think Ponder's a fine name. I don't want to go after any creatures yet. Force I'm not too concerned about, especially seeing I have a second Cabal Therapy. Days Click, Mandrill's Wasteland, Chainlining. Okay. Hooting Mandrill's pretty good here. They actually played a Volcanic Island into a Goyf. That's fine. Swamp. Okay. Mandrills is probably the card that I can't really deal with here. So I'm going to take the Hooting Mandrills. And pass back. The Days and Wasteland here really strong against Clots. Hey Jake, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Oh, they drew another Hooting Mandrills? Rough. Yeah, I don't think we have any outs to that. You can definitely see. Fetch an Explorer is a start? Yeah. So it's going to be Rug Delver. I like the Triumphs. I like some amount of blast effects. Leyline I don't think we need. Oof is definitely coming out. Titania is coming out. Sarkhan's probably coming out. Just a little bit too mana intensive. I do like the Veils. I do like these. Libraries I don't mind. Plague Engineers are tough. Agents are a little bit meh. Deed's still relevant. It might just be a Croxer. I'm going to assume there are no basics, which is good for us. Punishing Fire also interesting. Maybe the Elemental Blast is better, but... I actually don't mind the Croxer. This is 60. Fidus doesn't line up too well against their threats. This is turn 1 Dried Arbor into turn 2 Sylvan and Cabal. And then we can try to land the Clots. But maybe that's too greedy? It's also turn 1 Cabal Therapy into turn 2 Green Suns for Veteran Explorer. Sylvan Library. Hey Vert, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Chat, what do you think about this hand? Think it's too greedy? That has some interesting lines. Bayou Cabal, Land Green Suns. From the Czech Republic, very cool. Hey Immortal, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. I'm gonna mulligan this. I think it's a little bit too greedy. It plays into Daze and Wasteland a little bit too much. This is pretty good. Yeah, Veteran Explorer into Sylvan Library. Keep this bottom the Titania. More of a vintage player? Very cool. You want to get into Legacy but I don't know where to start? I'm going to send you a link. This is a really good video from It's Julian that I really like. That goes around the format and tells you kind of what it is right now. I think it was done when Ochre was in the format, but it's probably still relevant almost. Question is, do I have to be greedy here with this fetch land? Probably not, but I do want to get the trophy online ASAP, so opponent's also gone to 6. And they didn't have a force there, so that's a pretty good tell. Delver's fine. Nice. I don't mind just fire now. There's some consideration to play around Force of Negation, because that exiles and do it in upkeep. Daze. Daze actually isn't too bad. We have the Grove anyway. Much happy to see the Punishing Fire gets dazed than the Grove. Honda. Okay. Second Delver. Okay. Definitely need to answer that. Green Suns. Still pretty happy just to do it now. I'd rather that than my opponent be able to like Spell Pierce or Brainstorm. Other days, alright. Hey Colgate, haha, thanks for the follow. Hope you're well. Wasteland's pretty big. Badlands, okay. Can only assume no basic. Still no flip is pretty nice. I'm under the assumption that the Delver's going to flip. So it is 1 free damage because most of the time it is going to flip. Veil's nice, but I don't have a second source here. I think it's just going to be Sylvan Library. What do they do with the Ponder? Chose not to shuffle, yeah. Hexdrink is pretty good. I guess Pernicious Deed would be good here. Triumph is pretty good. Okay. Kind of have to go Triumph, hold up Veil, and then Green Suns for Dried Arbor. Just to get a good shuffle. Third day is rough. A Mandrills would be pretty perfect here. I'm gonna ponder first. Chose to not shuffle. Interesting. Field. Put on top, put on top. Opponent thinking. Maybe Submerge? I hope I put the land back on top of the ooze so that if I do use the Veil, I draw the land in my turn and I can just play it. But yeah, the double days into Wasteland with the double Delver start was brutal. Yikes. Big yikes. Hey Clubster, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Cool. I'm going to assume that it's have like Bolt or Chain Lightning, which can finish us off in the air. Yeah, Terminal Explorer into turn 2 therapy would have been really nice, but unfortunately just didn't happen. USA and blue-green 12 post. Very cool. Nice. Rough. Yikes. Tough start. Tough start. I think the only way we get out of this is Obviously winning the next two, but getting some sort of decency back. Just been a little bit rough with some of the consistency of the deck, but what can you do? So we played against Food Chain into... Obviously it does Rug Delver. One other card. Oh, one other deck, sorry. Food Chain, Rug Delver. What did we get a game against? Completely forgot. I have completely forgot. Elves, there we go, Freshmaker, thank you so much. Yeah, that was definitely a game to forget. But I feel like your deck has the tools to beat Elves, especially the main deck are Plague Engineers. Charlie, you were correct, but it has been pretty fun at times. I mean, we're playing NicFit, so there's always going to be enjoyment out of it, which is nice. Yama. Yeah, see, this mana base just isn't working. Well, it should. I mean, 23 lands is pretty good, especially with the Veteran Explorers. This is a tough hand as well, because these two cards could just be useless. I think we just have to mulligan this. I mean, a black source off the top does make it a bit better, because you can go turn 1 Therapy into turn 2 Green Suns for Veteran Explorer. I think that's bottom of the oof. I'm going to assume the ooze has at least some impact. Island. Wysak and Vol. I think the donator just wanted to have a way to have some sort of different angle of attack in Planeswalkers. You can steal creatures and then sack them to your own Cabal Therapies or Greater Galganon, which is kind of cool. It is technically a win condition by itself, which is nice. It also means you can do some shenanigans like play a Titania or another 5-drop the following turn and then give it haste by targeting it with Suck and Vol, which is kind of cool. Strix is going to be fine. Okay. This is better. I think you could build a basic heavy version, but it just wouldn't be great for the times when you really want the jewels. You could go with the jewel lands that come into play untapped if you control 2 or more basics, perhaps, because you can still fetch for those. I don't mind Cabal here. I'm not too sure what my opponent is on. It looks like some sort of Grixis or Bug control deck. I'm gonna Therapy. I think I'm happy naming Uro, and then next turn we can play Ooze and eat it. We also have our Green Suns next turn if we want for... Loam, Titan, Raven's Crime, Force. Okay, rough. This is gonna be a tough matchup, because... they're gonna have the Loam online. They don't have a green source yet. That's actually pretty interesting. Kind of hope you play the Wasteland here. Not really. Probably just want to discard the Deed here. Doesn't seem like a Deed matchup. Okay. No. I just want to play the Ooze out here. They probably force this pitching Growth Spiral because of the Loam engine. But at least if they draw a green source for the Loam, they have to play it this turn and can't get back the Wasteland this turn. There's a fetch land. Unfortunately, I think it is just take out the Titan here and give them all the lands. Which is tough because Raven's Crime only gets better. Go for basics to play around the Wasteland, just getting Swamp and Mountain. Name Titan. Fatal Push. Play a land. Probably happy just holding up the Punishing Fire here. I could play the Collector Oof just to get the Fatal Push out of their hand. And then I don't mind ditching the Punishing Fire to Raven's Crime. At least if they're pushing this, they're not pushing something else that could be a lot bigger in this matchup. They hit a Field of the Dead, which is pretty huge. They probably play 4 basics at least. 2 snow versions and 2 non-snow versions. Library's a fantastic draw. Strix Negation Ponder. Yeah, Modern's getting to a point where it's crazy. I think for thankfully Card Hoarder do sponsor the channel, so I do get free trading, but not for Modern. Some of those decks are pricey. Which is pretty crazy. Alright. Take out a zombie. This is going to be a tough matchup to get back into with this field online. Greater Garganon's interesting. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Pay. Do you see what's happening here? Do you see what's happening? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green suns. Here we go. Here we go. I should have actually Greater Garganon first. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I meant to go get Titania. 2, 3, 4. Oh, I miscounted. Oh, I miscounted. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh, because Greater Garganon with Titania, you get to sack all the lands and you get 5/3s for all the lands. No! Haha! No! 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 Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess we get clots. F, yeah, big F. F's in chat, please. We pass. It is pretty greedy, but it's pretty fun as well, so. At least whatever they do to the Collector Oof, we get to sack it to the Greater Garganon, which is nice. I'd probably rather just trade with the zombie, to be fair. Just get it off the field. And then see if we can find another Green Suns with the Sylvan Library. Leovold Growth Spiral. Okay. I'm so unhappy about that. I thought we had the mana for it, but we didn't. We didn't have the mana, so that makes me a little bit better. Makes me a little bit more happier. Alright. Green Suns. It's gotta be Green Suns or Titania. 2 more cards. Oh. I'd probably rather the red mana here. Red, Punishing Fire, get it back. Punishing Fire, get it back. Yeah. So let's hit the Misty and make red mana. Punishing Fire this. Gain. Punishing Fire this. Oh, really? That's fine. There we go. Okay. Yep, Loam back. Why not kill the Strix? Mainly because the 2 damage I don't want to be taking. Just the extra 1 damage definitely adds up. Hey Rick, welcome. Why is it only no? Ah, of course it's the second one. Okay, that makes sense. I can sack my legs to lands to Gargaroth. We just need a Green Suns. Trophy's not the worst. I kind of want the Agent. It's a shame we can't shuffle. Take out the Loam. That's a good start. I should actually take out the field as well, let's be honest. I should have done this before to play around crop rotation. Yeah, trophy with the trophy before the clots is pretty good as well. Just a late night misplay, unfortunately. Because to get rid of it for ages, they probably have another Loam in the deck. Yeah, Wiki, you're 100% correct. So, going back to that last play, it was definitely correct to cloth trigger on the stack. Ooh, another Wasteland. I guess we knew about that, so... yeah, take out the field and then eat the field with cloths to make sure it's just gone for good. Because I believe they have a Loam in hand that we know about. I'll just Raven Grums this again. Okay. That's fair. Oh, of course. Yes, sorry, Rick. Of course I can sack my lands. Ah! Yes. 100% correct. Yeah. I always forget that this is instant speed. Just really get rid of it. Really gonna get used to it. I need a coffee. That's what I need. Alright, let's take out Loam. The Beast from the East. Nice. Yeah, that's a huge misplay. Anything that gets destroyed on my end, I can definitely hit. Pretty interesting against Primetime. Yeah, so here we get to Greater Garganon, sack this. Look, Rick, I'm learning. Yeah, again. At least that clock is really slow here. Hey Valakut, a huge thank you for the sub. Oh, there's the Green Suns. Okay, now we're talking. So we can go put on top, put on top. We can go after mana next turn. Oh, I guess we could have done it this turn. Oh, we could have gone to 3. Oh, come on. Think, man, think. So the play was obviously keep the Stokeover Swamp. This turn, make an extra mana, and then we have Green Suns. No, actually, we need another land because we need the Green Suns for 5 in total. All good. I'm gonna go after the Primetime. Gain some life. Yeah. Yeah, Green Suns is an interesting card. Another field is really good for my opponent. I haven't played with Green Suns too much, unfortunately. I have to really keep striving at it. Hey Rick. Thankfully the Sylvan Library could not be sacked. Let's take out the Raven's Crime. I don't think I want a Green Suns for 4 here. I guess we have Polyrukinos? Polyrukinos. Yeah, thankfully, artifact, creature, or land. Yeah, let's do this. Polyrukinos, a pretty sweet one. Oh, they just have Force of Will? Okay. Feels pretty good. They attack for 3. Cabal Therapy on top, I believe. We Green Sunned actually. No, we didn't. Yeah. We can live now. I'm gonna Cabal them to see what's in hand. Just gonna name Abrupt Decay. Abrupt Decay. Nice. A little win. A little win there. Yeah, Gargs can still block, which is pretty nice. I mean, they could make a mistake here where they attack with everything and just don't have a land for the field, but I know they do, so maybe there's a chance. Possibly. What does the Ponder do? Hey, very cool. I'm glad to hear you enjoy my YouTube content. Shout out to everyone in chat who can find me on YouTube. Playing a lot crisper, I will admit. This is a donation deck list. It is the third league in, so I've played some reps with it, but there's obviously a fair bit going on. The Exile zone is obviously one that I'm not too familiar with, so you know, knowing that cards like Greater Gargant are there and how they interact with cards on board is tough. They chose not to shuffle. Okay, it's a little bit damning. They go to combat. They keep back the Strix. Interesting. I think you're happy to attack with the Strix, to be fair. Take out the swamp. Cast this. Oh, they don't have a blocker. Okay. They have a Misty, I believe. Pluto Delta, sorry. Yeah. So we have to draw something here, or else the Kloss doesn't even do it by itself. Oh, okay. That's a start. Let's get rid of... Strix. And then we just have to hang back. Not the greatest. Because they can just fetch here, get down to 7. Intuition. Okay. That is most likely just Uro. At least we know about Intuition now. That definitely makes me want to bring in the ley lines here. What do we want in this matchup? We want the ley lines, and that's probably it. I'm not too sure if we want the Veils. I don't think we want the Force of Vigor. It's probably just ley line. Uro gaining life is interesting. But they would have just attacked for lethal if we did get rid of the Explorer last turn to Cabal Therapy to get mana for Punishing Fire, and we couldn't even cast it and get it back in the same turn, so shouldn't be an issue. Hey Hippity, they are gone to a greater good. I don't believe there's any out. It's more so just seeing more cards of my opponents. Which, seeing the intuitions is pretty spicy. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think we want the blast effects, but they're definitely interesting. I can definitely see the ley lines coming in. Collector Oof can go out. Yeah, I was trying to 6 that turn as well, just to make sure we had some time. Engineers can definitely come out. That's 60. Yeah, Sarkhan's just a weird one, especially here. I think I like some amount of blast effects. I think this is fine. I like the agents. I really just want a good Cabal Therapy Veteran Explorer start or Greater Gargadon Veteran Explorer start. Which is tough as well, because they seem like a deck that would do really well if they ramp, but hopefully ley lines can catch them a little bit off guard. Deed for field seems really nice. This is an interesting hand, but it's not a leyline hand. Turn 1 Gargadon, turn 2 Explorer. Yikes. I think I'm okay keeping this, bottoming the Phyrexian Tower, and just having a turn 2 Agent. It's at least some sort of disruption. Can also go Bayou into Green Suns here to then hold up Opposition Agent. Or play Library, depending on our opponent's play. Swamp and a push is more than fine. Just hope they don't have the decay for the library, and hopefully we can get some cards off this, but they definitely have the mana for it. Return to Nature, interesting. Having double agent's kind of nice. Oh, Veteran Explorer. Interesting. We can actually sack that to Greater Garganon as well. Let's put this on the stack first. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to go to combat. Okay. Now what do you got? Brainstorm's okay. We can sack the Explorer in response to any removal on the opposition agent, and then we get to search their library off the Veteran Explorer thanks to the opposition agent and take out any lands any basics we want. Yeah, so here we get to go sack this first. Go and get Forest and Swamp, and then we get to search for them. We actually get to go like this, play another agent. They obviously care about it, which is nice. Interesting. They chose not to search, so then we didn't get to search. I would probably rather just sack this to Greater Garganon than get a basic. I think this is fine. Ponder's okay. See what they do with the Ponder. Ah, they're gonna fetch. No. Oh, they must have a removal spell. Okay, Fatal Push. Brainstorm's okay. Field's fine, especially with the trophy in hand. Not great. Pretty happy just to trophy the field here. Indeed. I don't mind probably just going into the Greater Garganon here. Hey, Greenham. Grixis seems interesting. It's a deck that has a hard time beating Uro, I believe, outside of like Cling to Dust. I guess what it can do is first cast Deed. That is going to force this? Force negation, that's fine. And then this lets me hold up Dried Arbor, which is nice. Ah, Dried Arbor's actually in the bin. So it does change things. Strix is pretty good. No shuffle's tough. Playline. Prime time's pretty good. I guess the leyline opening in this hand wouldn't have been that great either with how the game's played out. Definitely coming back on that. Alright. I haven't 0-5'd in a long time, so I hope tonight is not a break to that. I don't think the deck is that bad. It just... the consistency sometimes. There's obviously some plays from me that just are marginally... are just incorrect. Maybe there's room for more Sylvan libraries in this deck, because trying to stay up on card parity is pretty huge when a lot of our cards don't really put us up. Clots is nice, but like, you know, Trophy gives them lands a lot of the time. The Green Sun's targets are fine, but yeah, tough. It might even just be because I'm also quite used to Maverick, which might just be a different way to play the deck. I know that when I play green-white Reclaimer, it's a little bit different with how you want to play to the board. Yeah, once is pretty interesting. The nice thing about Library is that it fights on a different axis, so the decks with a lot of creature hate might not have answers to Sylvan Library. It is missing Gitrog and Titania, but luckily it has Greater Garganon and Titania. And then Greater Garganon's also a nice early way to sack Veteran Explorer, which is kind of cool. It's not a frog. That's very correct. That is very correct. Oof. Surely we can get one win for this deck, especially in this league. Yikes. But yeah, I mean, NicFit's a fun deck. Like, the games are tough when you are behind, but it has been a pretty fun deck to play. I wouldn't take it to a competitive tournament, but for an FNM and like a weekly legacy, I'd love to play it, especially in paper. I'm sure some people would love to play against it as well. Yeah, just not getting what we want when we want it is tough. And I guess you get that from a deck not playing Ponder or Brainstorm. You don't have the cantrips to line up your plays. Alright. Here we go. Up against Yoshiwara. And this is... Here we go. Turn 1 Cabal Therapy. Oh, we don't have... We don't have black mana. But I think I'm still going to keep it. It's so close. Just one fetch land away. Hey Spruggers, thanks for the follow and the support. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. Rip into a Bayou, easy? Yeah, definitely. I can feel it. Yeah, P-Fire is interesting. It is nice as recursion, and I guess, you know, in some states you can kill your own Veteran Explorer, but... yeah. My opponent last played Death and Taxes in a Legacy Challenge. Actually, all of their Legacy is Death and Taxes, so... I don't mind having the Deed here. Just tough to be against a Swords to Plowshares deck. File. Okay, here we go. Never didn't have it. Never didn't have it. Okay. Bayou. Now this is an interesting one. I think it is going to be Stoneforge Mystic that I name. Flickerwisp, Skyclave, Batterskull, another Vial. Okay. Well then I... probably want to take out the Batterskull here. They get 4 mana next turn. Skyclave's not the hardest when we have the mana for Deed, which is nice. Let's go for Swamp and Forest. I could also go for Flickerwisp, because let's look at our next turn. Like, do I really care about the Batterskull? I kind of do. If we take a Thalia, they don't have a great play other than another Vial. If they draw another land, they still can't cast the Batterskull, which is nice. I think it is just the Batterskull. And then try to clean up everything else with Deed. I don't mind playing out the Veteran Explorer because it might make them play Skyclave Apparition over the Thalia, which means we could just play Deed and pop it. The issue is that while I could Deed the Germ, I couldn't play Titania out between then, which is pretty tough. This does change things a little bit because now Skyclave with Flickerwisp is quite good. But now we do get access to Cloths, which still isn't great, because they have the Skyclave Flickerwisp. But I guess if we go... maybe actually just Green Suns for Ooze is okay. Just to see if they'll try to nab it with Flickerwisp, and then we can play the Deed the following turn. Could also get Oof, which they kind of have to answer as well. I don't mind Oof. This is fine. They could definitely have attacked first. There's no way I would have traded, so it's kind of 2 life they could have got there. That's fine. This is fine. Batterskull's the last card. We can still cast Deed here. I mean, if they draw like Recruital, Flickerwisp, or Skyclave, they draw Recruital, Flickerwisp, or Skyclave. I could block, and I probably should have blocked. It's port. Interesting. Do they port us? They do. Okay. Probably happy here just to palm it all off. I could actually leave up this. So to be fair, I don't need to, but at the same time, I don't really want to go to their draw step. I don't want them to draw into like a Flickerwisp or something to save one of these. So let's just do this. Yeah, the buyer's getting tapped anyway. So that's pretty nice. Hey, Nabo. Land for turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I want to Green Suns here for Dried Arbor to make sure I have access to Titania next turn, even through a port. So if they tap out for Batterskull here, that's fine. They don't, they play Thalia. Interesting. And a Stoneforge. Okay. Hey, 90s, welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, Granham, I think if that does happen, I'd be more than happy to concede with my opponent. Oh, do we get field triggers here too? I feel like we do. Nice. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm just going to fetch here as well. Get another 5/3. And get a... Tega. But this Batterskull is going to be an issue. I do need to draw some sort of removal for it. Not a bad turn. There's some thought to getting back the Grove, but then I don't get a 5/3. And to be fair, we can just 6 here. They actually tax themselves. They actually tax themselves out of playing the Batterskull because of the Thalia. No, they could have put it on the Stoneforge. Interesting. That's an interesting concession. I like the Thought Seizers and the Triumphs and the Force. Not a big fan of the Skoos, especially in a deck that's probably bringing in Rest in Peace. Clots is also in a similar fashion. Crocs a similar fashion. Yeah, I did. That's right. My bad. Yeah, that's my bad. Second Titania. Yeah, I think it might just be the extra Croxer. Op Agent's still fine. I might just go down to 2 Thoughtseize and an extra... Yeah, that's sweet. This is an okay hand. I'll keep this. Hey, Jerry Freeman, welcome. Yeah, must be getting early in the US right now, which is always pretty nice. Oh, Plains Pass. That makes me think they're going to have Swords to Plowshares in hand, which I do care about because of the Plague Engineer. I don't really care about Stoneforge here because we have the other Cabal Therapy, and they can't go Wasteland and Cabal and Stoneforge in the same turn, so... This is pretty interesting though. Yeah, Thalia is not the worst because we have the Plague Engineer. I think it is going to be Stoneforge. Rest in Peace. Rest in Peace is pretty good here. And Skyclave. Nice. Thalias do tax the Cabals, but the turn would have been Forest into Veteran Explorer. I guess it does, yeah. It's not the greatest. That's actually a pretty nice draw. I think we want to get rid of the Apparition. They draw Plains, that's pretty good. Okay. I don't mind Forest into Explorer. It's a little bit rough with the Rest in Peace already out, but we'll see how our opponent plays this turn. Then a Prince first. Cards on top. Okay. Come on, removal. Ooh. Nothing we can do here. Port's pretty good. They're just gonna port? Yeah, nice. Double deed, rough. Yeah, I kept the Revoker in the hand because we have the Plague Engineer, but deed's gonna be really good. Opponent probably just going with the port plan here. Spirit. Punishing Fire. Okay. That's interesting. I don't mind just playing out Deed here, and then we can upkeep respond to the port with either Deed or Punishing Fire on Revoker and then Deed. So they play Revoker here, which is actually great for us. We get to wipe their whole board for 2. So we still know about Jide. The question is, do I want them to have it or not? Probably want to start with Punishing Fire, but I'd love to see them actually play the Jide and equip it. find a land, so hopefully they play Jide here. Nice. And hopefully they try to equip it something. Nice. It's really good for us. Pretty much just time walked our opponent. Cool. Get to untap and play another deed. I do get to Cabal Therapy first. I think I will name Skyclave Apparition because it is such a good answer for the deed. Flicker Wisp. Cataclysm. Okay. Well, I know what I'm naming. Badlands. Elemental. Another rip is fine. Trophy. Interesting. Trophy's pretty solid. I think I'm happy to hold up Trophy and Deed. I'm probably happy not even... Like, I could trade the Deed here for the Rest in Peace, but I'm happy just, like, sending this back, to be fair. If my opponent doesn't want to do anything for their turn, I'm happy just to keep attacking for 2. Gotta kill it at some stage. Yeah, still no land, okay. I'm gonna fetch here for Dried Arbor. Because it does change the clock. Classic. Classic. Classic.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
The fetch land was a great resource that I just threw away. This is fine. We're good. We're good. We did deed the Arbor, that is indeed correct. Ah, we made them tap it. Nice. Green Suns. That's pretty good. For 3 is interesting. I don't mind getting Collector Oof. I believe that's still in the deck. Yeah. Swords is okay. Flicker Wisp, Plains. Oof. Wasteland. This is fine. This is also fine. Probably happy trading these here. The Wisp is a faster clock, and we have the deed out already. We'd be there in 6 turns, and they would be there in 5. Mum's fine. Grove is fine, especially with the Burst and Peace in play. I don't mind about it too much. There's another Green Suns. We could Green Suns for 3. Not the greatest. I think I'll just keep this around. I probably want to give them one more turn, and then we can trophy the port. Deed for 2. And then even Green Suns for 5 isn't that great, let's be honest. The fetch land makes it better because it means that now we have end step deed, trophy port, untap Titania, get back the fetch land. They probably didn't have too much to bring in, and they probably wanted to take out Thalia pretty quickly. Recruiter's gonna be fine. Wonder if they play Palace Jailer. They do. Ah, that's actually going to be more than fine because... Oh, we don't have Dried Arbor. Okay. I'll give it one more turn. I'd actually hit the fetch lane there. It just forces me to do a little bit more. Now we see Jailer, cool. Now I'm pretty happy to fetch. Blow this for 4. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, the mana's floating. Oh no! Oh, classic. Classic. Hey, Arkan. You've just seen a pretty big punt there. Yikes. Okay. That's classic. That's classic. Human. Nice. And then we have Trophy up on Jailer in case they have Flicker Wisp. Oh, they have a Swords? Okay. Yeah, I think we just concede this and save some for game 3. That's huge. How many counters? Sword, yeah. Another Garganon. Alright. Rough. I don't want to change anything. I am happy just to send this back. The extra Thoughtseize is actually pretty applicable, especially against a deck like this. I might take out the extra Greater Gargadon. Yeah. That's life. That is life. Sometimes it happens. Rough. Real rough. Two, like, tap lands? Come on now. Okay. Keep. What do I want to do here? Turn 1 Cabal, turn 2 Veteran Cabal. Probably Sark and Veteran. They kept 7. I assume it's going to be a Vile hand. And hopefully it's an Aether Vial hand. I guess it doesn't matter if it doesn't have good mana because we have the Veteran Explorer. Aether Vial Plains, Port. Okay. They still have the mum. It's a nice hand. Okay, that's pretty good. I don't think I can beat the Jailer. Even though they're only at 2 mana, this Veteran Explorer is going to get him up there, so I think I'll just take the Jailer here. And then it's tempting to use the Explorer now. Take out Skyclave. But at the moment I don't need it. But I kind of want to be good with my mana. Because we can go Veteran Explorer here, Cabal them, sack this, go and get basic Swamp and Mountain, which turns on Liliana's Triumph, which is nice. And I think it is just Skyclave, and let them have the Council's Judgment. Yeah. Yeah, I think because the Skyclave is flickerable, it's a bigger issue than Council's Judgment is. Because worst case, I get something back from the Skyclave. But yeah, I think the upside of it being flickerable and a creature is worse. But now we're really open to the top of our deck, which is tough. D&T has a lot of good draws, especially Recruiter. Even just tap down Forest here turns off a lot of our lines. That is a creature in Dried Arbor, which is nice. I want to keep this around so it doesn't get wastelanded, and then if they want to tap down the forest again, we can go and fetch something. If we draw like Sylvan Library, we can go and get a Jewel Land. Opposition Agent's actually pretty strong here. That turns off Recruiter and Stoneforge Mystic as great plays for my opponent. Hey PvP, welcome. Hope you're well. Caracas is fine. I don't want to use the Triumph just yet. I want to try to draw into Plague Engineer. Verdant, okay. Because we know about Council's Judgment as a sorcery, I am going to get Dried Arbor here and Flashback Cabal Therapy. Naming Council's Judgment. And they have Skyclave. Oh, they have a Skyclave. Okay. I'm going to attack here. It's a free attack. The opposition doesn't die. It just shows that if our opponent is willing to actually give protection or not. Hey, her. And they are. Interesting. Skyclave Disenchant. Can't do too much there. Still gonna wait on this Triumph. I mean, if they attack there with the mum, that'd be huge. There actually was an attack there because I didn't respond to them giving protection to the agent, so it's not like you couldn't attack with the mum there, but maybe they're thinking of like a second Dried Arbor, perhaps. Port down that, that's fine. Deed, nice. Let's go for Taiga, because then it gives us access to double mountain and forest. Oh, they do have disenchant, yes, but we can trade for the mum, I guess. I don't think it's getting any better. And at least if it does trade for the disenchant, we get rid of the mum. So yeah, kind of a 2-for-1, which is nice. Yeah, so they're going to force it. That's interesting. That's going to open up the port on our turn, which is nice. Hey Telper, thanks for the follow. Oh, let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Don't draw Titania. Force of Vigor. That's definitely worth holding up. There is an argument it's even worth just a 1-for-1 trade with Rest in Peace, but we'll see what they play here. Wasteland. Well, now it's definitely worth a 1-for-1 trade. I did that in response to the Wasteland because now there's a land in the bin for Titania if I do want Titania. Alright. There's that Green Suns. This is probably where I want to cast the Liliana's Triumph. Okay. Okay. What did they get? Better Skull. Nice. O5 Dream is still alive. I did tell my opponent as well that if there was a way that we won this match, I would just concede as well because they are 0 for 0. Alright. It's a green source. I don't think it does enough here though. But the port's doing a lot of work here. Happy to take this. I don't want to put the illusion in front of it just yet. I'd love to draw into like a punishing fire would be okay. But yeah, this mana denial's doing some hard yards. I think the writing's on the wall, unfortunately. I'm going to block this turn just to save it because I might not get another turn, especially with Flicker Wisp in the deck. Wasteland, yeah. Yikes. The big thing is that I don't have a great target to Green Suns for. And I could have also been sacrificing my lands to Greater Garganon. That's definitely a misplay. Yeah. What's Greater Garganon on? How many? 6. We have 5. Yeah. Even the wrong yaw. Oof. The 5-0 dream is real. The 5-0 dream is real. Rough one. Deck was really fun to play though. I mean, I would probably even run it back again if it wasn't 12:14 AM. But, yeah. I think, NicFit's definitely interesting to explore. It's a pretty fun mid-range deck to play with. It's got some pretty unique parts to it as well, especially with Veteran Explorer. There were a few decks tonight we played against that did have basics, where it's not as great because you are kind of giving your opponent a lot more mana during their turn to play with when you have to kind of untap and use yours a lot of the time. Yeah, Garganon was interesting. I think as well, I just didn't use it as much as I could, like in response to Wastelands or removal on my creatures. But it was... Yeah, I think like Jund as a color combination for NicFit is pretty powerful. I know some people have run white in the past, especially with the versions with Academy Rectors, which is interesting. I could see crop rotation making its way into the deck as a way to find something like Karakas from the board or Bazooka Bog. Also pretty good with the Field of the Dead. But the field as well, although we were running multiple basics and we do have some way to ramp in Veteran Explorer, there weren't too many times when we got to actually field our opponents. If anything, it was just a bit of a tough land to draw into before turn 6. So I think if I did take this back into a tournament, I probably would drop the field and add another fetch land. I'd probably also try to change up some of my fetch lands. I guess you do want the ones that get forest so you can cast your Explorer or your Green Sun, so you don't want to have like Bloodstained Mire in here, but it's definitely an option, especially with the field in the deck. But yeah, I'm gonna say that the the overall record definitely didn't reflect my enjoyment of the deck. I think that yeah, there's a list here somewhere. I just haven't found it in the couple of leagues that I've played with this deck, but a huge thank you to Tenins for the donation, because this was a lot of fun to play. But yeah, it was fun. I'll be sure to upload it to the YouTube, which you can find at youtube.com/DukesOnTwitch. Thanks, Gran. There were definitely a few instances there of just not doing enough with my turns. Just little things like knowing to always, you know, sacrifice your lands in response to Wasteland to Greater Garganon, and just yeah, even little tweaks with how I played out my spells. So, you know, if you do have it, make sure you can play Cabal Therapy and then Veteran Explorer instead of Veteran Explorer into Cabal Therapy, especially on the blind, but more so when you're up against the Swords to Plowshares deck, so you don't get hit by Swords to Plowshares on your Explorer before you get to sack it to the Cabal Therapy. Just little things like that. And even sometimes getting my basics right, knowing which ones to fetch first, what I want double of, especially against a deck like Death and Taxes, knowing which colors you want multiples of so you can't get ported or wastelanded off them in multiples. But yeah, I will be back on Thursday night with Maverick, which is nice. It'll be my first Maverick stream in a fair while, which is pretty cool. So really looking forward to that. I think I'll play probably Naya. I really want to get back to Clots and Punishing Fire and the Elemental Blast in the sideboard, which should be fun. So that should be pretty sweet. I'm going to see who else is streaming. A huge thank you to the new subs and the new followers. I did put my YouTube above. You can find me on Twitter here, of course. You can find me at thegreensunzenith.com, which I recently put out an article with Phil Gallagher on the Maverick vs D&T matchup, which hopefully you guys enjoy. You can find that article here. Thanks, Luca Boring. Thanks, Gran. A huge thank you. Hope you guys have a nice week ahead. Who is playing? I know Mopanda's playing Legacy. Sparring Spike. Nice. Alright. Just play Maverick and win. This should work. Nice. Alright, a huge thank you once again. My name is Zooks on Twitch. I'll be back on Thursday. And I will also be back on Sunday, which should be pretty sweet. I'll see you guys then. Thanks, Bum. All the best.